Good afternoon. We'll start with the Institute song, and I'm requesting all of you to please rise for the Institute song. Thank you, and good afternoon again, and good evening, good morning to all those joining online from different time zones. So we are also telecasting this on YouTube Live, and we are really, really happy to welcome all of you who are here today for the very significant inaugural event of the Office of Alum Affairs at TISS. I'm also extremely happy to welcome our dignitaries on stage, and we have with us our director, Professor Shalini Bharat. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Our deputy director, Professor Bino Paul. Thank you for being here. We have Professor Sasmita Palo, the Dean, Office of Alum Affairs, here with us. And we have our keynote speaker for the afternoon, Professor Robin Shields from University of Bristol, UK. We are really very thankful to you for being here with us today. We also, let me take this opportunity to welcome the advisory committee members of the Office of Alum Affairs who are here with us today. We have with us Professor Shahjahan, Dean Academic Affairs, who is also the advisory committee member. Professor Asha Bano, Dean Student Affairs. I think she's not here, but she's part of our advisory. Professor Abdul Shaban, Professor Development Studies. He's here with us today. Professor Bibhu Nayak, he is faculty at our Hyderabad campus, so he'll be joining us online. And we have with us our alumni who is part of the advisory committee, Professor Nasreen. She's here with us today. She has been a faculty at TISS earlier. We have with us Professor Mani, and Ms. Geeta Sethi, and I'm hoping our other alumni members of the advisory committee, Mr. Manzar and Mr. Arun Kaimal will be joining us online from the US and UK. So our alumni are spread all over. So it's indeed a pleasure to see all of you here who have joined us, as students, faculty, staff, advisory committee members, the dignitaries, and everyone here, and to see you at the quadrangle. And I think it's really a pleasure to see all of you in our very own quadrangle after the challenging times that we had with COVID. When we are talking about the quadrangle, when we talk about the alumni, I'm sure it also evokes a lot of nostalgia at one end and also a promise for the future. It's like this famous lyrics when we talk about alumni, it's the words which come to our minds, it's about purani jeans or guitar. It's about wo canteen mein baat karna, wo classroom mein sona, kabhi-kabhi. वो असाइनमेंट करना, all of those, छोटी-छोटी सी यादें जो रह जाती हैं. It's about memories, beautiful memories, good and bad memories that stay with us. And I think what is very important for all of us as TISSians is that there's a little bit of TISS, which always remains in our heart, wherever we go, whatever we do. And therefore, I guess it's a collective commitment that we have as TISSians towards the larger vision of TISS, towards sustainable futures, towards equitable social justice, towards ecological justice, and towards a people-centered development and innovation, a collective commitment to make a future world better as TISSians. While we move with this collective commitment and TISS in our heart, we also realize that on the personal front, often there are this light-hearted situations that we face. TISS jaake badal gaye hain. I'm sure many of you have heard this, many alumni have heard this. TISS ka hawa lag gaya hai. So there are a lot of this, but I think we still treasure some of those comments, because as TISSians, we have this passion, and all this hawa, all this air, the trees, and everything in TISS, I think that creates a nostalgia, and as we have said, that also creates a promise. And I think the Office of Alum Affairs, OAA at TISS, wants to strengthen this, the connect and the promise for the future, to create an engaged and supportive network of alumni across the world. Those of you who are sitting here in the quadrangle, and those of you who are joining us from across the world online. So we do have a dream. We have a dream we know. We know we dream. And that's where we want to go, where we want to take this forward, strengthen this. There are various questions. How do we foster this critical ties and peer solidarities amongst alumni within the country and across the globe? These are our vision, these are ideas, these are thoughts for which we are here today, and we hope to take this forward. And I was remembering these lines, हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान, लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. I think we hope to take these dreams forward, and we also hope to make this evening and afternoon insightful and soulful with our thoughts and ideas and our perspectives. On that note, I would request our director, Professor Shalini Bharat, who is, who has taken this idea, she envisioned this idea of OA and has supported this idea of OA. And I request you, ma'am, to give us the inaugural talk, the vision of TISS and the vision of OA. Professor Shalini Bharat.
Good evening, good morning to wherever people are, alumni connecting with us. And thank you, Swati, for a warm welcome to all of us in this very quadrangle where, a lot of nostalgia is associated with. For many of us who have been here for now decades, I should say, quadrangle holds a very special moment in our lives. And so therefore to see everyone congregated here gives me great pleasure because as you know, we are now spread over 2 big campuses and lots of things happen in different locations, but there was a time when everything used to happen in this quadrangle. And so as you said, Swati, this quadrangle holds a special place in our lives. So friends, this is not a time to make really long talks, and Swati has already said why we are meeting and what Alumni Affairs Office will do or means. I would only like to say that for a long time we have been knowing that we need to really connect better and connect stronger with our alumni. Not that, just because the alumni, count has gone up from every year we used to probably graduate as few as 350 odd students up till 2004-05. And now today, we easily have somewhere around 1700 students every convocation. And if you count the students from vocational education, that will be another easily 1,500. So you know that it's 3,000, 3,500 students graduating each year now. So the alumni base is really growing and growing very well. And they are connecting back to us. They are connecting over many occasions. But what we are noticing is that there's a lot of connection and bonding happening within the schools, within their own departments, within their own concentrations also perhaps, and within campuses. And the idea was to really bring synergy and energy into the entire alumni base, wherever they be, from whichever school or whichever campus they have come from. And can we have a really large connect with our alumni, which becomes a force to reckon with in a way. So TISS alumni, and therefore the idea and the thought behind this Office of Alumni Affairs. We, of course, started last year in February 2021 with an official launch of the whole idea of connecting. And then from there, we've consistently worked towards having actually an office so that we know that we are structuring it in a certain way, and we know where the alumni, know where they go to or which particular office they connect with. And this office will, of course, be a space where they will do many new things along with alumni. And as you know, alumni are also, of course, not just in India. They are not just in our cities and villages and in rural areas and so on. They are spread across the globe. I had the chance to meet some of our alumni when I went to Sydney last year, or this year actually, June, somewhere, or May or June, I'm forgetting, but I think May. So we went to Sydney, and there was a group of alumni, some very senior, and of course some recent pass-outs. And then I went to the UK, London, and I had a very big group, almost 20, 25 alumni coming from various places, even from Bristol actually. They traveled from different parts of UK, and there was this urge to connect, to get to know about what's happening in TISS and to meet the directors, which was a very heartwarming scene for me. And also we found that today when I walk into any conference or any meeting, in fact any department, I have more than 10, 12, 15 coming to the same location. So so the tribe is growing. So why should we not really have a better way of connecting and bringing them back? What is, of course, we all know happening is that alumni are connecting through their school events. So you have clairvoyance, and you have manzar, and you have Vaishwik and Manthan and Dharohar. So every school, every campus is having these events. And students are connecting and coming back in large numbers. So how do we make this a much bigger entity is the idea, and what do we do for them? I know that usually everywhere we are seeing, alumni give back, alumni contribute, but I also feel that we also should see what is it that we give to the alumni, what is it that we want them to do for us, not just in terms of financial support, but also in terms of their experience, their expertise, their wisdom, their connections, their networks, that they have gathered over these years, and how do we bring them on our side, how do we involve them in our conferences as speakers, as resource persons. So there are various ways of connecting. And of course, we look forward to them supporting us in many of the ventures that we are initiating or we wish to initiate. The earlier attempts that we made of TISS Squad and having alumni base, and I think some of you are of course already part of that initiation. We are now evolving, so to say, structurally, I would say, into doing this in a way which institutionalizes this effort. So I would like to thank all my colleagues seated here, the Dean, Sasmita Palo, and the Associate Dean, Swati Banerjee, and all the members of the advisory committee. I will not name them because they've just been named, but they are all here. Thanks to them. They have a certain vision, a certain way of doing, and I'm sure they will take it forward. I would also like to say that we will be reporting on, I don't know whether it is on a yearly basis or a biannual basis, but we'll be reporting on what activities we have done over the past 1 year. We will also be reporting on how we are connecting with alumni in different parts of the world. I forgot a very important meeting, online meeting that I had, and some of my colleagues were connected online with our alumni from Canada and parts of North America. So it was a very assuring meeting which brought in the expertise that we actually have in many parts of the world today. And they were promising how they would be able to connect back with us. So the challenge now is how do we make sure that all ideas that we have, all ideas that we sort of float around or we initiate are continued. This continuity is what is very important. In the last 1 year, I think we have done a lot of brainstorming and come out with very good ideas. But how do we make sure that all this continues? I request every one of you to not only get connected, but get connected with some interesting ideas and ways of taking our vision and mission of the Office of Alumni Affairs forward, and to make it even a bigger, and it has to become like a movement actually. Otherwise it cannot sustain itself. It has to become a bigger movement, and we will surely spell out on what occasions, for what purposes, and in what manner we can take this task of Office of Alumni Affairs forward. Thank you all very much, and look forward to the rest of the evening. I'm sure we have some interesting events also to witness this evening, and I have to thank my colleagues for making this particular program a grand success, and to have this evening arranged for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bharat, for your vision of, for strengthening the alumni network and for sharing some of your thoughts. I think that will really help us to take the whole idea and, yes, a movement, a network of alumni forward and strengthen this. Thank you so much again. I would now request Professor Bino Paul, our Deputy Director, to say a few words.
Professor Shalini, Professor Robin, Professor Sasmita, Professor Swati, esteemed alumni, friends, faculty, staff, students, all stakeholders. Today is a very, very crucial day for us because we are going through a massive institutional transformation, not necessarily emanating from internal systems, but that's where country is gearing towards, primarily due to national education policy, which requires institutions to grow and achieve a critical threshold. Below the critical threshold puts us at a risk of oblivion. But I think last few years and over a decade more than, we've been daring to change. That's quite reflected in the structure. Tata Institute of Social Sciences has been a small community of few hundred students, less than 100 faculty members, very, very focused work. From there has been a change to larger student body and multiple stakeholders and more than 40 master's programs and new undergraduate programs and Bachelor of Vocational stream degrees in more than 20 streams, which doesn't exist with some of the institutions of national importance, including IITs and IIMs, who never ventured into vocational training. So we work with all strata of the society. That's a big challenge, friends. And with national educational policy, we envisage to really come up as multidisciplinary education and research university. It's called Meru, which requires your support in different ways. I'm not saying support is tangible always. You've been supporting steadfastly. For example, that manifests in placements, field action projects, different forms of collaboration, and coming over here to engage with students as visiting faculty in different ways and different forms. It's crucial to strengthen that social network. We look forward to you to work with you because we have to really come up to the threshold level and go past the threshold level. And another crucial element I'd like to submit to your consideration is we are assessed continuously, unlike in the past. There are different performance auditing that take place. For example, National Institutional Ranking Framework, NIRF, and another one is NAC. Let me share you the story of NIRF. We are the only social science institution to feature in NIRF 100. It's not easy to compete because we compete with science, technology, medicine universities. No other social science university features in top 100. Last few years, ever since NIRF was in place, we are in top 100. Of course, it's very tough to withstand ourselves. We try our best. So only option for us is to innovate meaningfully, and for which we have to depend on you, your ideas as well, your reflections. Dear friends, our hearty welcome, and please work with us, collaborate with us, therefore we can really grow up as a system. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bino. I think that's a very interesting insight for us. How do we need to continuously innovate ourselves, and how alumni can contribute, how all of us can create this dialogical network to take this work forward. At this point, I would also like to acknowledge and thank the earlier committee members of TISS Squad. Some of you were here today, some of you were there. So thank you for all your support, and I'm hoping you will continue to support and collaborate with all of us. On that note, I will now invite Professor Sasmita Palo, Dean, Office of Alum Affairs, to say a few words and to introduce Professor Robin Schills.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all those who are attending this event across the globe. At the outset, I would like to thank all those who are attending, particularly those faculty, staff, alums, and the students who are attending physically this event. You have taken out time from your classes, and you have a very busy schedule that we understand. But we are thankful that we have taken out time and attending this program. It has really inspired us, because when we see people physically present, definitely it is very, very motivating for us. As you know that TISS has progressed exponentially over the last few decades, and every year there are hundreds and thousands of students who are passing out of this great institute. We are very proud of our alum who are really signing in their professional careers, who are really doing great in their careers, and they are contributing to the society in so many different ways. So with this, the Office of the Alum Affairs, which is being inaugurated today, though the committee which has been functioning for more than a year, as the director has already mentioned to you. The primary reason why we are being set up and why we thought of inaugurating this particular office separately is just the broader purpose is to create a feeling of among all the TISSians, a very, very strong feeling of community feeling among all the TISSians. So this particular office will endeavor to be the astute guardian of the rich legacies which TISS has been having since the beginning, and while it seeks to also recognize the emerging opportunities and the impending challenge as we move ahead. We seek your collaboration, and we seek your commitment to the whole reason for which this OAA has been constituted. So, and because without your support, the support of faculty, support of students, the support of the staff and alum, we are not, will not be able to move even an inch forward. So this is the why we have particularly called up for this meeting and to have the inauguration is to share our feeling and share this kind of commitment with all of you that we are definitely trying to give our 100% to excel in whatever we have, the reason for which we have been set up, but at the same time, we need your support for this purpose. So with this brief introduction of the OA, I would like to introduce you now our guest for the day. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce the speaker of today, Professor Robin Schills, who is going to speak to us about making and mapping networks, the strength of connections of the shifting landscape. Professor Schills is a professor of education at the University of Bristol. He is a PhD from the University of California, Los Angeles. Robin has been a stalwart researcher in the domain of globalization of education. He seeks to understand the global trends and patterns in education policy and practice, looking at how education system in different parts of the world is increasingly resemble one another and drivers of all these changing trends. He is particularly interested in applying new forms of quantitative data collection and analysis, particularly social media database and social network analysis, to study global educational trends and processes. In the year 2014, Professor Silt has received the George Berry Award from the Comparative and International Education Society for applying social network analysis to international student mobility in higher education. He publishes research across several substantive areas related to globalization education, including higher education, internationalization, climate change, international aid to education, technology and education in the conflict-affected areas, in the conflict-affected context. Robin is also the co-editor of the Journal of Comparative Education Review. He has served on the executive committee of the British Association for International and Comparative Education. Currently, he is working on a ESRC funded project which is being on the accountability and learning outcomes which is a study of the school management, accountability and learning outcomes in Mumbai and Kathmandu, and one of the partners in this initiative is Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Robin's also received grants from Higher Education Academy and Leader Foundation for his research in higher education. With this brief introduction about our speaker, I pass it on to Professor Silt. Professor Silt, over to you. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues and friends, thank you so much for the opportunity to join you on this momentous occasion. It's a great honor. I'd like to particularly thank Professor Barrett for her inspiring inaugural remarks, Professor Paul for his opening remarks, Professor Paulo for the kind introduction, and Professor Banerjee for the very kind invitation to join you all. Thank you all. And thank you all, distinguished fellow faculty, for joining us today, and students of TISS and TISS alumni. It's such a wonderful opportunity to be here today. I'd like to join my fellow speakers in saying what a momentous occasion this is, how important it is for the institution, and I would like to share with them, pardon me, the optimism and the aspirations for what the Office of Alumni Affairs will accomplish in the future. Like many of you, I've had a chance to interact with TISS faculty and TISS alumni. Often these two go hand in hand. Over the years, many of them have prestigious positions in the UK and around the world, and they're pushing the limits of social sciences and social practice in many ways. But in addition to this, what I think many of us have found is they share, as fellow speakers have said, a special connection, something which is rooted right here to this space, which perhaps first formulated right here. This is almost like the roots of the TISS tree, and it's very fitting today that we're all gathered here today, but also fitting that we're joining online, because this office, I know, will have a global reach and a global impact. And so it's just so wonderful to be here today. TISS has many links to the University of Bristol also, so I've had the great pleasure and the great honor to collaborate with TISS faculty on projects, and through these projects also to know other TISS researchers, other faculty, and to meet TISS students. And today, I'm going to talk about a concept from my own research which I hope might help us to understand how this office might work, which is the concept of social networks and the methodology of social network analysis. This, I hope, will help us to understand the possibilities of what the office might accomplish and how TISS alumni might be mobilized to serve the missions of TISS, which have been so eloquently articulated by my fellow speakers. Many of you probably know something about social network analysis already. Indeed, some of the speakers have mentioned this concept already, and it has common currency, I think, in everyday speak. It's become a mainstream idea from the social sciences, so that now the person in the road might understand what you're talking about when you talk about social networks. Even if you're not, the concepts of social networks are ubiquitous in many disciplines of the social sciences. So as an interdisciplinary institute, I think social network analysis might be something that cuts across a lot of the work that we're doing and also relates to the Office of Alumni Affairs. I want to start to talk about social network analysis through two concepts. These are connections and complexity. Connections means that we shift how we understand society, moving from social actors, whether these be individual people or organizations, to the connections between them. So rather than studying the actors, we shift our focus to the space between them. We often think about social sciences as studying people, but actually I would argue they're often actually studying relationships. Society is not just about people, it's a set of relationships between people. Ultimately, these two concepts, both the actors and their relationships, are intermeshed with one another. They can't be completely disentangled, or they have what we could say is a shared ontology. They both depend upon one another to exist. You might think of the optical illusion of the picture of a vase or two faces, which depending on how you look at it, might shift your perception from being either the two faces or the space between them that looks like a vase or a vase. That's kind of the same concept that we have when we shift from actors to the space between them, which is their relationships. And another factor of this shift to connections is that with any one social actor, there are many, many relationships. And this relates to the second concept I mentioned, complexity. So complexity is an inherent aspect of social networks. This is because, first of all, the number of connections between actors scales exponentially with the number of actors in a network that we're looking at. So if you have a small network, maybe a group of students you might be looking at, between 10 students, there would be 100 different relationships that could exist between them. If you looked at a bigger network, like 1,000 people, let's say maybe an undergraduate cohort, there would be 10,000 relationships between them. So as the number of actors increases, the number of relationships grows exponentially. There's one book on social network analysis written by academics at the University of Melbourne, and they estimate that if you take a social network of just 17 people, there are more possible sets of relationships that could exist between them than there are atoms in the observable universe. It's 2 to the exponent 17. It's a huge number with many, many zeros. So even in this small network, the potential possibilities that could exist is bigger than the number of atoms in the universe, which is really something quite profound, worth thinking about. Complexity also refers to social networks as complex systems, in which small changes at the micro level can have large effects at the macro level. The famous example from the field of chaos theory is of the butterfly that flaps its wings on one part of the world and contributes to forming weather patterns, resulting in a storm on the opposite side of the world. So the idea is small changes can have very big effects. So again, if you think of a social network analysis, it could be a group of traders here in Mumbai. It could be relationships between a village somewhere in rural India. If you make small changes in how people interact with one another, if you undertake an intervention where you get two people who haven't spoken to each other to speak to one another, this can change how the whole social network looks like on a macro level just by having a very small change on the micro level. Finally, complex systems demonstrate what is called emergent behaviors, meaning that the system, the network, has capabilities, things that it can do, which are possessed by no individual member of the system. A good example is from the field of biology and the study of ant colonies. Not individual ants, but groups of the insect ants. So these live in colonies, and these colonies can do very sophisticated and profound things. So colonies can build tunnels that move around obstacles, underneath streams, they can build bridges, and they have large and complex maps. If you look at the individual level of the ant, no individual ant understands all of this. They don't have a map of the network of the ant colony that they live in. They don't understand the concept of bridges or maps or anything like that. But through their interactions with one another, they contribute to a complex system that has qualities and capabilities that no individual possesses. And so by the same token, social networks can do the same thing. They can do things that no individual member can do or perhaps even understand on their own. So, having defined these two essential aspects of social networks, complexions and complexity, let me describe some ways that we can think about networks, some vocabulary we can use to describe them. First, we might describe networks in terms of their centralization. This can be defined in different ways, but all share some notion of a core periphery structure or an inequality in connections. If you are going to visualize an extremely centralized network in your mind, you might think of the image of a bicycle wheel that has one hub and many spokes leading out to it. This is a core periphery structure. All the spokes are connected to the hub, but not to one another. This means that they can't share information, collaborate, synergize their work together. Everything they do is mediated by the hub in the middle, and this can lead to power asymmetries. Thus, an exploitative employer might, for example, try to limit connections between its workers that might result in information sharing or greater power. This is one of the ways that hegemony is maintained over time, by keeping a core periphery structure in social networks. Some would argue that international organizations like the G7 also maintain a core periphery centralized structure by concentrating power and connections in the hands of a few. So in contrast to that, I want to introduce the idea of what's called a small world network. This was introduced by two scientists, Watts and Stogarts, in the journal Nature. And they say small world networks have two qualities. One is they have many friend-of-a-friend connections. So if this means in formal terms, if there's an actor called actor A, and actor A is connected to actor B and actor C, then often it's the case that B often knows C. You might associate this in more common sense terms with the saying, it's a small world. For example, if you go to a conference, or perhaps you start work at a new company or new organization, and you meet a new acquaintance. And within a few minutes of speaking to this new acquaintance, you find that you actually have several connections in common with one another. You would say, oh, this is a small world. Even though we're new acquaintances, we actually have lots in common with one another already. Small world networks also have what are called short distances across the network. This means that the degrees of separation from one actor to another is low, and there are often multiple pathways of connectivity. In practical terms, if there's information to be passed across the network, this means that the number of steps that information has to take is low, and often there are multiple routes it can take. So if one pathway is available, information like innovations, perhaps changes in policy in practical terms, these can all be shared easily and efficiently across the network. Finally, in describing a social network, we might talk about the concept of weak ties. This is a concept introduced by the sociologist Mark Granovetter. As the name suggests, weak ties might be informal ties, infrequent communication, in contrast to formalized or institutionalized connections. However, contrary to what the name might suggest, Granovetter actually tells us that weak ties are very powerful. Indeed, the name of his paper is The Strength of Weak Ties. What he argues in his paper is that rather than having strong connections to influential actors, changes in society, like the diffusion of innovation or access to social resources, often occurs best and most efficiently when actors have many weak ties instead of a few ties to influential actors. This means that when you're forming networks, often the people who are best to talk to and can help you realize your goals most efficiently are not somebody very high up, like a politician or somebody in a position of power. It's your peers around you. These are the people who have the greatest power to influence your success and your ability to do the things that you want to do. Many of these concepts might be familiar to you, even if you don't work with social network analysis. For example, the concept of social capital, which is common to many sociologists, describes similar capabilities that arise through social connections. Together, these concepts help us to define and describe the network that we might want to create through the Office of Alumni Affairs and the qualities that it might have. So, finally, I want to wrap up by talking about what a network might look like that arises from the Office of Alumni Affairs and mobilizes the truly magical capabilities, skills, and experience, as well as the shared culture of TISS that we find now globally. So having discussed how we describe networks, let's look at what contemporary global contexts TISS alumni are working in, which I will argue are increasingly defined by contexts of uncertainty, fragmentation, and risk. This has been highlighted particularly in the recent pandemic, which has shown us the ways that social realities can change overnight, and there will be, with this, a need for new social connections, new ways of cooperating with one another, and developing social support for marginalized populations, which must be developed quickly and efficiently. While the worst of this pandemic is hopefully behind us, it may not be the last time that we need to deal with such rapid changes, and so a lesson that we can take away is that we need to be able to develop new connections quickly and efficiently in troubling circumstances. The slower but more serious and existential challenges of climate change are also likely to disrupt many aspects of social life, leading to issues such as forced migration and food insecurity in many or all parts of the world. To address these needs and the challenges that arise from them will require forming new networks, developing new relationships, and establishing new ways of working together. Again, this has to be done quickly and efficiently, and it will require us to think in new ways than we have in the past. This is a challenging, and some might even say bleak scenario. So given what we're facing, what types of networks might TISS foster through its alumni? First, I would argue that networks must be resilient. Even when some connections are lost, for example through a lockdown or changes in communication, maybe perhaps disabled temporarily, the network must be able to function. It must be able to move information around, provide access to resources, and spread information. Therefore, we need to create something like a small world network where there are many common links between one another. Second, networks must be able to efficiently spread access to opportunities as they arise. They must be able to share innovations that work well, best practices, and social resources. By forming many ties, leveraging what Mark Granovetter calls the strength of weak ties, we can create networks among alumni and beyond that maximize the opportunities available and promote access to social innovation. Third, networks should promote social justice and inclusion. Rather than creating what are called cliques, groups of network actors that resemble one another, people often use the words birds of a feather that flock together, we want to create network ties that are diverse, that bring into connection with one another social actors who haven't had the opportunity to interact before. We find that in the work that TISS is already doing, there are many networks forming, and I've had a great pleasure to be part of some of those networks. So I've had the opportunity to collaborate with distinguished colleagues here on several funded research projects, which have been very important, major investments from the UK government, and I think have also led to important insights, for example, into how schools responded to school closures during the pandemic. However, how did this come to be? Well, I didn't know TISS forever, so I had a friend who worked at Roskilde University that some of you might know, and this is a member of the Critical Edge Alliance with TISS, and it was through him, so it was a friend of a friend effect, we could say, that first brought me into connection with TISS and enabled all the work that we've done together, and indeed explains why I'm here today. And I've also, when I started collaborating with TISS, the distinguished colleagues at TISS, there were other collaborations that I was involved with. So I worked with a university in South Africa, Stellenbosch University, and so this has led to further funding involving TISS colleagues and Stellenbosch University. So right before the pandemic, in fact, February 2020, some colleagues were able to meet with colleagues at Stellenbosch University for a symposium in South Africa, which shared knowledge on how school systems implement accountability, both in South Africa, in South Asia, and beyond. And so this was another friend of a friend effect, which is now a sustainable collaboration. So we can see that these concepts and processes are operating already. And so I'm very proud to be a member of TISS's network. I hope I'll remain so for a long time to come. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the Office of Alumni Affairs develops in the years to come. It's clear that there are great aspirations for this, and I think that the TISS community will live up to and exceed these aspirations. So it's really exciting to see what will come next. I want to congratulate the incoming deans and associate dean of the new Office for Alumni Affairs on the launch of the office, and to congratulate the senior leadership of TISS and the advisory panel on what they've accomplished today. Again, it's very exciting to see what will come, and I hope that I will be able to be a part of it, along with the broader academic community of the UK and the many TISS alumni who are members of it. So thank you again for your time. It's wonderful to be with you, and I look forward to the rest of the program today.
Thank you, Professor Robin. I think it's really a privilege to listen to you, and it's a pleasure to listen to you always. A very interesting analysis on social networks and how it operates, the processes and connections. So it's been really nice, and I'm sure the students who are here on a Friday evening, I'm sure you had an interesting class here too. Just before ending this, I'm very tempted to say, a lot of times we say, as TISSians and our TISS connections operates in a way that defies logic a lot of times. Last time, Robin, when we were in March in UK, trying to initiate this UK chapter of TISS Alumni, and we had gone for a conference, and there were just a few days, so we thought, after 3-4 days, we can meet the alumni, and we called somebody, and we spoke to a professor at your university, and he said, just 3-4 days, and you're planning an alumni network. Will people come? It doesn't work like this here. And we said, yes, it usually doesn't work, but it works with TISSians. And we really had a great alumni meet with a lot of alumni coming from across different parts of UK. I think, that's being a TISSian. That's the connections, like you said, we need to strengthen. And how do we do that? That's so important. So thank you, Professor Robin, once again for being here. We are really privileged to have you here with us. I would now request Professor Bharat to please felicitate Professor Robin. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on stage. We'll now move to the next part of the program, that's a panel discussion. And I would request to please take seats there and be there with us for the next part of the program. The chairs there. So now we'll go to the next part of the program. Alumni, students, and especially for students, I would feel this would be an exciting one. We will have a panel discussion with our esteemed alumni who have a long experience, and the panel discussion will look at looking back, looking forward. So how was this earlier, 20 years back, 25 years back? What were the eating joints? The different nostalgia. Did people still sleep in the classroom? Were there other things? So hopefully, we'll have an exciting panel with our alumni. And I would now invite our panel chair, Professor Shahjahan, to please come on the stage. Thank you. Now I'll invite our panelist, Professor Nasreen, to come on stage. Professor Geeta, to please come on stage. And Professor Mani to please come on the dais. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to an exciting discussion about TISS, the nostalgia, and the way forward. On that note, I'll hand it over to the panel chair, Professor Shajan, to take this discussion forward.
Thank you, Professor Swati. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Shalini Bharat, Deputy Director, Professor Bino Paul, Speaker of the Day, Professor Robin Shields, with whom we have been working for quite some time on several projects. It's wonderful to have this kind of a session. And I'm a bit nervous now because, there is so much of thing, being talked about connecting with alumni. And there are alumni watching this event, on YouTube. So I'm going to do a little bit of gamble here. I don't know how much I will be successful. It's a risk I'm taking. And the risk is that, I'm not an alumni of TISS. So that's one of the primary risk factor which I have. But I've been long here to claim to be equivalent to an alumni. 23 years is long a time to claim some kind of a alumni status, if you permit. So with that kind of a risk, the second risk I am having is that we had an excellent discussion on social networks. And that networks is, and he actually, Robin has actually connected to how do this network can work. And Swati was giving an instance where I too was there in UK when we had an impromptu, in a way you could say impromptu with a few days of notice. We had an excellent meeting, and that's a connection. When Swati mentioned about all of us carries a little bit of, TISS in our heart, that's really the, reality out there. Now, let me introduce today a very, very distinguished panelist today for today. We have Professor R.S. Mani. He is known in the HR circle as, HRD guru. He has been long years, he has been in the field, and he studied, MA, PM and IR. Which year you studied, Professor Mani? 88. My God. 88. So he studied, he is a student, he was a student here. And then we have Professor Nasreen and Professor Geeta. They have been, they were here in 1977. They passed out 1977. I was just 7 years old. So they have been long association with, long connection with TISS. So there is second risk factor is that the panelists are going to be extremely well connected with TISS and its TISS, entire whatever we talk about TISS. So Professor R.S. Mani is currently the Vice President of ITM Group, all of you might be knowing. And he is past President of Bombay Management Association. He was recently honored in the corporate world as the first recipient of HSSC HR Icon Award for the legendary contribution you have made to the HR field in the country. It's really a privilege for us to have Professor R.S. Mani. And another thing, very important thing is, he was a gold medalist in TISS. So he carried that, aura of being a gold medalist, at the same time being an extremely influential person in the HR sector, and we all look up to as as an institutional builder, he has actually built ITM group of educational institutions. Professor Geeta Sethi, as I mentioned, she studied in 1975-77 in Master of Arts in Social Work in Medical and Psychiatric Social Work. So at that time we used to have medical and psychiatric social work. The new students might not be knowing about this past. Maybe a little bit you might be knowing. She has an extremely illustrious career in the United Nations, in various United Nations bodies, 30 years of experience in researching and working on sexual and reproductive health. That's her core area of work. In early 90s, when HIV was just an evolving field, it is at that time Dr. Geeta Sethi has actually conducted a study on identifying patterns of vulnerability and a risk for, particularly the study was conducted for National AIDS Control Organization as a World Health Organization consultant. Since then, she has been working with UNAIDS, UNFPA, and many global. We are really proud of you, Dr. Geeta Sethi, to be with us in this panel. And the third panelist, when I joined here, she was one of the senior most person in the institute. She's known to be an excellent trainer. Professor Nasreen actually led this lifelong learning or extramural studies unit in TISS for a very long time. Known as an excellent facilitator, I learned the group labs and various other facilitation skills from you, Professor Nasreen. She's into capacity building, curriculum development, and consultant to several international organizations. So, I don't know how many years you have been in TISS.
I served from 1985 to 2022.
Oh my God, that's a very long time. So we have a nice, very interesting, panel today. You know what? This is supposed to be a panel discussion. I would like to take this in the form of a kind of a fireside chat. So where probably I'll ask some questions to each of you. Some questions all of you could one by one answer. Some I will pointedly ask you with whatever little I know of you. I hope you don't mind. So what I'm trying to look at is that, we were talking about memories. We were talking about various kind of associations we have with each and every corner and, nook and corner of this institute. I would like to go with Professor R.S. Mani. TISS is an institution full of memory. We carry all those memories in our heart wherever we go. I don't think you might have given any address where you have even not mentioned a single time TISS. So, in looking at that, what strikes you most in terms of the memory TISS evokes in you?
Namaskar, everybody. Pleasure to be here amongst all of us this evening. For me, the most pleasant memory of TISS would be the time I spent in the library. Now, don't say that's very obvious because you were a gold medalist. No. Actually, that was a place where you could really spend time peacefully reflecting. The kind of books that we had in those days, and I'm talking of 1985 to 88, no one could even claim to have any such collection. And that for me was one of the favorite places. Of course, if you look at me even today, you would have thought the dining hall was another favorite place for me. Kind of, yes. But I lived very close to TISS, so I had the privilege of going home for lunch and things like that. For me, the place of greatest nostalgia is where we are sitting here today, because as you mentioned it, this was the very quadrangle where I got my gold medal. And I think that's something which is very dear to my heart, and that's why this is my most favorite place. Thank you.
Well,
I just like to add to that.
Please, yeah.
Because I remember the library well, and the library had many shelves and many places, and it was used for a lot of things other than reading books as well. So I'm sure you have very pleasant, happy memories of time in the library as well.
Well, I thought of being diplomatic considering that we have a lot of seniors and faculty and bachas around, but then she decided to go on head on. So we used to do all kinds of things in the library. If you want some advice on that, you can reach me on LinkedIn.
All right, thank you. Yeah, please go ahead. If you want to say quickly anything, otherwise I'll...
Quickly, the library was also a place where you could get expertise on how to kill mosquitoes.
All right. On that note, I'll come to Professor Nasreen. You could, you know this institute, each and every nook and corner. Since '85, you have been here working, in addition to the 2 years you have spent as a student here. What is that, any specific place you would, of course they mentioned about library and, dining hall. These are very, very known places we talk about. Any specific place you would like to connect in terms of the memory you are carrying? Because you have seen this place for very, very long years.
Oh, indeed a very long time. The place that immediately comes to my mind, apart from the fact that all of us have mentioned the quadrangle,
Yep.
and I cannot but also again mention the quadrangle, but I would also like to say the conference hall.
Okay.
And when I say the conference hall, I only mean that one conference hall, which after the new one was made, somebody said, we are now going to call this old conference hall, and I was quite offended, frankly.
That was the conference hall.
It was the conference hall, and that was the place where we received the orientation to the institute when I was a student in June '75.
Right.
If I close my eyes, I can see Dr. Gore there, center, flanked by all our heads of departments on either side, Professor Panvalkar, Professor Apte, Professor Nayak, Ramchandran, so many names. And all of them introduced their departments. And we were a small group of, as Professor Bharat said at the time, we used to graduate only about 120 students a year, 1977. We were 50 of us in the social work department and 20 in the personnel management. And I can remember all of us there being greeted by our heads. And the conference hall since then has been the place I feel most comfortable teaching, training, doing whatever. But
Right.
it's been a special place, a very special place.
Wow. Wow, that's, when we talk about the conference hall, we have these two conference halls. We need to specify which conference hall. But we had a time when the conference hall means the conference hall. Absolutely nothing else. And the, quadrangle means the quadrangle. So now we have a quadrangle even in Guwahati. And maybe on the School of Social Work, there is a kind of a place. But this is the conference hall. This is the quadrangle. Thank you very much. That's an interesting kind of a, Dr. Geeta, this, quite often when we talk about institute, we talk about places. We also talk about people, right? We talk about people who have made a lasting impression on you. I remember when I was in college, we used to do a lot of masti, at the same time do a lot of good work as well as student union representative. And there was one father, Father Alex, who was a principal. Whenever we make noises in the hostel, he used to come up walking with a small stick in his hand. He will touch on our back. He will not even realize he is coming. So there are a lot of such, individuals in any institution. Do you think, any individual or individuals whom you could think of from your experience?
I think it's hard for me to pick one, but I'd like to therefore just say that there were 3 groups of people here.
Okay.
And when I came to TISS, it just blew my mind. Because whether it was my fellow students, whether it was the faculty, or whether it was all the other staff, they were just, the diversity and the range of people was something I had never seen before. This was '75, so bear with me. I had never met anyone from the Northeast before. I had never seen the kind of clothes they wear. I had never closely interacted with people from rural Maharashtra who came to college in a pajama and a shirt. I had never met the kind of politically aware, intellectually, like electric students that I had as my classmates. And to be part of this group of students was, I just couldn't believe my good fortune. Similarly, when I met the faculty, whether it was people like Professor Gore, Miss Matthew, Mari Lobo, Meenakshi Apte, and there was no distinction between who is which department and who isn't. We were free to just walk into anyone's room at any time and ask them anything. And in addition, there was all the other stuff. I remember this room where the phone operator is and Miss Baker and having food which she made. I remember the library and Shamla and Sunanda and Mr. Rao and everybody there. And I remember the corridors, I remember the bus and the bus drivers, and the way they just kind of all embraced us. Like from that moment, I felt this is where I belong. And so I just feel that I can't single out one person, but just that feeling of belongingness is something that's there till right now. So I just felt that the people here were just so special. And now one talks about diversity and inclusiveness and equity. We didn't use those words then, but we just lived with it and grew to understand it in a way that was absolutely unique.
Professor Mani, you want to add on to that?
Yeah. And I want to add one very personal experience which I think is very unique for me.
All right.
I passed out my PMIR course in 88. 88 June to be precise, that's when we start working. And in 89 September, I came back to TISS as a faculty member.
Wow. Wow.
So I joined back the institute in 15 months because I had kind of very, very clear I want to get into teaching. Full credit to people like the late Dr. K.G. Desai, Mrs. Panakal. These are the people who always encouraged me saying that, look, what you're doing is not the routine thing that a PMIR graduate does who's sought out by industry so much.
Right.
But yet I took the risk. And I must place on record my immense gratitude to these seniors and other teachers that in 15 months' time, I had to sit with them as a co-faculty.
Right.
And you can imagine 15 months ago, one was sitting in the classes, and here is someone who was the bacha of the department. But never at any moment they made me feel that way. They went out of the way to encourage me, gave every bit of support. And the 5 years that I spent here as a faculty, to be honest, I cherish that more than the 2 years I spent as a student. We had our fun in student days, but having fun with faculty colleagues is a different kind of fun.
I know, absolutely.
And that too when any one of them would have been perhaps twice my age.
All right.
So that was something which is very, very deep in my mind. So I always say this, that TISS might have, asked me to move after I completed my course, but you can't take TISS out of me because that's the way I have grown, I have developed and done whatever little I could in the field of education.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think I remember when I joined TISS in 1999, I joined the Department of Urban and Rural Community Development in Social Work. And I was taken, around by, Dr. Mavin Pereira. So she took me around, and while I was, she called me to her room. I went there. I said, "Good morning, ma'am." She said, "No, ma'am. You have to call me by my name. You are my colleague. You might be joined today, but you are my colleague. You have to call me by name." So I was forced to call. I had to do a lot of unlearning. And the moment you become a colleague, you are just equal. And even with the students as well, the way the faculty members were engaging. So I think I really can understand what you mean. Kind of taking all these kind of stories and very, very interesting stories, and particularly the legacy of TISS. I would like to ask Nasreen, Professor Nasreen, would you like, one of the things which I like always about Nasreen is that she will start with something which very serious, and in the moment, all of us will, laugh, and she will not laugh. It's a kind of a fun story, the way she presents all the fun stories. It's amazing. So I will learn a lot of things from you. So would you like to say any fun story which you think is interesting for all of us to know?
Sure. And now the challenge for me is to have a deadpan face. So, a story that I really like to exchange with all my faculty colleagues whenever we meet. And Mani just said that days spent here as a faculty, the student days are lovely, but the days spent here as a faculty are, somewhat also special in their own way. So this particular story is all about this quadrangle, the institute day, and the faculty event that we used to plan. And we had script writers, namely Vijay Raghavan and Mollishri Vyas. Yes. And we had our choreographer, Lata Narayan, and simply superb actors, some of them who refused to smile, like Surinder Jaswal. Then we had Shubhada prancing all over the place, though you wouldn't think it to look at her otherwise. However, all of us, we also put in a lot of planning into this, okay? And so the stories that we exchange are of all of us meeting during the lunch time. There was no other time to plan. And all of us with our boxes in our hand, lunch dabba, mouths full, practicing the scripts that had been written out for us, and practicing in one of those rooms where the table occupied more than 2/3 of the room. So we spilled out into the corridor. The last particular play that I remember doing was one which was, demonstrating what alumni felt when they returned to the campus after the setting up of all the schools. And there were two of us going around and, new faculty introducing us to various schools, and all of us tripping over our feet with the new names and all kinds of things. And it is one of those hilarious experiences which we underwent at least 5 to 6 times. And I do remember that after we presented the faculty event at the Institute Day, 1/3 of the audience would go home because they didn't think they had to wait for anything else. Yeah. So now if you think I'm boasting, yes, I am.
Thank you. I think that's, I remember seeing those videos where, a lot of, dancing and singing, everything what you could think of, faculty members were doing. And it used to happen in this place. And I still have those videos, some of those videos. Very interesting. Professor Mani, you are a neighbor. You just stay behind TISS. Whether you are here or there, anywhere, you have always been connected with TISS. So what is that something which is making you to, because you have been having a hectic schedule in terms of running a big institution, building an institution, and being in the corporate world as a trainer and things like that, but you still remain connected even after you left as a faculty here. What is that something which makes you to remain connected with TISS?
Well, it's 30 years since I left TISS officially. That was when I used to serve here, and that was 94 approximately. I think it's the emotional bonding with TISS. So whenever anyone talks about emotional quotient, I only hear it as Tata Institute of Social Sciences, because it's the emotion which connects. I can still see so many faces here of people whom I used to interact with when I used to be studying here, when I used to be teaching here. And some of these people really brought about that emotional bonding. There was no ego, there was no false prestige. Everybody would sit down somewhere in some quadrangle corner, have that cup of chai. We used to have a tea counter across there, you remember? And that used to get all those piping hot snacks at 11 o'clock. So we used to just kind of get worried if the faculty kept us beyond 11, we would miss the snacks, or we would be delayed for the chai, or the entire walk around campus late in the evening. One more fun thing, which I'm just extending on what Nasreen was saying, many of us who stayed near the institute used to travel by our bus to Dadar, see off all our friends into their trains, tell the driver, thoda ruk, vada pav leke aate hain, so he will wait. And we would come back in the bus. Right. So it was like a free ride to Dadar and back. And in those days, the traffic was not so atrocious as it is today. So I guess all these little emotions is what one keeps connected with TISS. Of course, what I think is also so very critical is the effort that the institute makes to connect with us. Very often, over the last 30 years, I've come for programs like this. I've been part of faculty for some training programs for industry. I've been part of some selection committee at different given points in time. When we started this entire official alumni association, I'm using the word official because I think all of us know there are 100 unofficial alumni associations of TISS, and they'll become 120 by the time the next batch passes out. But nevertheless, at every point in time, TISS also reached out, and I would always say that I am a call away, and they often made that call. So I think that made the difference.
Right, yeah, thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that because I think I'm really like that proverbial bad penny that keeps turning up. I've gone and come from TISS, I think 5 times at least. So no matter how hard TISS tries, I keep coming back. I was a student, I was a faculty. I then went and I came back and did research with TISS on HIV. I then came back and was in the School of Health System Studies, occupying an endowed chair. I then came back and did a project on youth and adolescence with Professor Bharat, and now I'm happy to be associated with this. So I think you can't get rid of me. You know, I'm just going to be here.
On that,
and I think what I felt when I came here and what I feel every time is that when I joined here as a student and the whole experience, as I said, it really helped me. I think the kind of values that TISS had, and not just kind of had as in saying this is our vision and this is, but actually the way everybody functioned with, the kind of openness and encouragement. It was like, I think, a way where everybody could find themselves and know what was important for themselves. And I think I need to come back to check that, are these still there? You know, so much has changed in the world. Are these values still here? So I need that reassurance that yes, they are here and they are still what I believe in, and it's a kind of pilgrimage or something almost, but yeah, so I think that's why I need to keep coming back.
I remember, some of us, me, Professor Swati and Professor Asha, we went for a, refresher course in Kerala University, academic staff college. So we were among the biologists and the mathematicians and everybody, all these, faculty members comes in together. And we were, in every presentation, we three will have to speak something. And that is something different. And finally, towards the end of the refresher course, they have listed all the, a few of the participants listed certain terms which we normally use: marginalization, equity, justice, some of inclusion. Lot of terms they have listed, and we, they were saying that how can you all, three of you have come from different places, and maybe from the same department, but at the same time, how can you all talk the same language all the time? It was quite interesting. We never thought that we are doing this. When we, unless we are in that kind of a situation, we did not know. And they were listed almost 10, 12 terms which we continuously used across. So that is something which we carry all through. Yeah.
If I may tell a little story from my first semester here, which helped me understand these terms. Again, as I said, I learned probably more from my peers, my classmates, than from, I learned a lot from the faculty, and I'm very grateful to them. But as I said, we had a really diverse group of students. And in our class, we also had someone who was visually challenged. And the road outside was this really busy road, which mainly had these trucks whizzing by. And also we had a very unfortunate incident where one of the girls who sought admission with us had an accident. So it would terrify me when my classmate would go out on that road. And so I thought I was being very clever and very, so whenever I saw him heading out, I would run and tell him that, oh, are you going to the bus stop? Can I walk with you to the bus stop? And after about 3 days of doing this, he turned around and asked me, do you ask any other boy if you can walk with him to the bus stop? Why do you do this to me? Because you know, are you scared that I can't do it? I can do it. So please stop doing this unless you really want my company. Yeah. And so, you know, I just, like I said, that living in this institute, in this environment, just helped me to understand these concepts in a way that I would otherwise never have.
I would like to have a follow-up question on that. You know, today this event is watched by students, staff, faculty, and people who are different places. You know, what do you want to tell the students or anybody watching this not to miss in TISS? Something which should not be missed.
Well, I think TISS is the most amazing experience, and I know everyone says we are privileged to be here, but it is. And people have mentioned the library, which is unique and beyond everything and everyone. People have mentioned the faculty who give of themselves in ways that very few faculty do. I was talking to a faculty from the National Institute of Design, and they were talking about how now education needs to be student-centric and stuff. And I said, you know, TISS has been doing this from the time it started. Yeah. We had individualized reading lists. We had, we were cared for and nurtured by faculty, and any faculty. It didn't have to be, or even all the staff here. And we have a unique student body which is so strong and so aware and so ready to help each other. So what I would tell everyone is don't miss out on any of the experiences here. Don't miss out with, including we've had these grand romances, which I'm very fond of. I love romance. So I love all the grand romances we've had here too. You have opportunities. I think what really TISS gives you is an opportunity to explore yourself, get to know what's important to you, get to know what you want to develop into, what kind of things do you want to be, and then it gives you the opportunity to turn yourself into that. So don't miss out on that. One doesn't get that in many places. Take what you can, grab it from your colleagues, from your faculty, from the environment and trees around, but don't miss on the opportunity to get to know yourself and make yourself into the best version of yourself. Because really that's what TISS gives you. It gives you experiences, it gives you confidence. I mean, I remember as a student, I had to go everywhere from the slums to the office of the Director General of Health Services. And I was a 42-kilo totally, you know, blown away by all this. And I was like, why would he even agree to see me? You know, I'm just a student here. And then the reason he agreed to see me was I wasn't just a student, but because I was a student of Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So I think the opportunities one gets, the experiences one has, make the most of them and just really don't miss out on a single one of those.
Right. You know, you know what I would probably, when we are closing this, you know, all three of you have been knowing this institute for very long, as we discussed. What do you think, Professor Mani, remain the same since you have, you know, studied and today? And what has that changed over a period of time for good? You know, can you recollect some of those things which are still, you can say, you know, it's still the same?
Well, the quadrangle, obviously, so it's still the same, and all the experiences that come in here. I guess the culture hasn't changed, the ethos hasn't changed. For us, TISS is a place which is very approachable. TISS is a place where you can still connect. You know, in a world of social media, we talk of contacts. I talk of connections. Are people connected? It's just not enough to have contacts. That's the difference between any other institution and a Tata Institute. What has perhaps remained is what we used to say in our days. This is perhaps one of the rarest horizontal campuses. You know, in today's world and time, if you go to most cities and most places, you have campuses which are 8-storied, 12-storied, 15-storied. Here we're talking of a horizontal campus. Yes, it has partly changed in Nauroji campus where we do have some taller structures, but still. What has really changed immensely is the awesome auditorium which we have there, and that I think is absolutely world-class. So many people who come there with their eyes closed, I could fool them that you're sitting at NCPA, and they would believe me that they are at NCPA. Such a kind of auditorium that's significantly changed for the better. And the library block too has changed, keeping its reputation that is a real storehouse of knowledge as far as TISS goes in that sense. I guess TISS has always had the courage to change with time, embrace the fact that if we are going to be static, then we are not going to grow and develop. So it's been a good blend of keeping the traditionality and also innovating with a lot of guts and courage.
That's true.
And today I always tell students that, look, when we got into TISS, there were only 300 admissions happening, as Shalini was rightly saying. But today we're talking of 3,000. That means we're talking of 10 times more opportunity to do some course or the other.
Yes, absolutely.
So when a lot of kids come to me for career guidance, which is something I'm very passionate about, I tell them, don't worry if you didn't get into your master's, go do some other course in TISS. There are so many refresher courses. There are so many courses of continuing education.
Yes.
And I know there are people who proudly say that I couldn't go to TISS, but my son or daughter is in TISS. So I think that is the kind of legacy that TISS leaves behind with most families.
You know, recently we were, talking about promotion of admissions and all, and there was somebody who wrote on our social media handle that I have been trying to get admitted to TISS for the last 4 years, still continue to do. But this person was telling others that you might not get in your first chance, but try. So that's the kind of interest which is generated among people who are trying to apply to this institute. 4 years continuously. I don't know for what reason. Maybe the panels she might have attended differently and they would not have noticed. But definitely we keep a kind of a standard of admissions.
Just one little point on that is when you talk about admissions. When I was a student, I used to think there must be some way by hook or crook I can get into TISS. When I was a faculty, used to be part of the panels for selection, I was convinced it is impossible. And I started saying it out. And it's not only me, anybody you speak to in the system will tell you, the entire selection process of TISS is 100% meritocracy and foolproof. I think that's what gives us that place of prestige and pride, which is incomparable. This is something I will not say is true in other institutions with the same courage, conviction, and confidence. But that makes it unique.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, it's not like the merit of that kind, in other institutions which follow, depending on the certain score and all. We definitely look at, keeping, the people who come from difficult backgrounds. The panels are much more aware about their situations and contexts. So we become much more, sensitive to the concerns rather than just sitting and assessing, this person did not perform well. No. We definitely have that kind of an eye as well, yeah.
In fact, in the market, it is often said TISS entrance exam is the easiest. Because all of us know the cat is very difficult to crack. The cat cracks you than you cracking cat. So that's the way we talk about it time and again. But having said that, yes, I think TISS looks at the overall personality and that's what makes a difference.
Exactly, yeah. Would you like to add on to this?
So I think your question was, what is something that has not changed?
Yes.
What has always remained. And having been on interview panels for over 2 decades, I can say, maybe not from 1985, but surely from 95, 97 onwards. What I can definitely say, one thing that has not changed is the kind of students who seek admission to TISS. The way in which they articulate their desire to make a difference in their own life and to that of society. That is something that has not changed. And I don't see that only with the postgraduate students who will spend 2 years with us. I also see that with the adult learners who come to us for short courses of a year. I have met students who in their 30s, late 30s, early 30s, are moving from banking, from advertising to courses such as counseling, to courses such as youth work. And what really stands out every time, each and every time, is the fact that they want to make a difference. They want to move to something where they can create an impact. And that is something that has not changed for over 2.5 decades in my experience. Something that has changed is the time that we are giving to ourselves as individuals, as learners, and as an institution to actually absorb the changes that are happening around us. And that affects the culture of the institution over a period of time. And I have seen, in some senses, the distance between students and faculty increasing. And I have also seen the recognition of this by the institution and the efforts that have been made by various faculty in their own way to actually reach out to students to bridge this gap which can happen in student life. And have very often seen, very successfully, faculty actually reaching out to students who most require it and need it. But I think that this is something that the institution can continue to pay heed to and evolve some mechanisms to see that the student-faculty relationships are as they used to be maybe 2 decades ago.
Of course, and I think that's true that, over a period of time, we have increased the number of students and the programs, and it is probably not very easy to maintain that kind of a thing. But at the same time, I'm also aware about the fact that we have created multiple systems where students can interface. So those systems in place also create, of course, there are way forward to change and improve things. But at the same time, the way different institutional structures are created, the Office of Student Affairs, which used to be one small, person, but now there is a group of faculty members who are connected with it. So a lot of such things, and the Alumni Affairs Office is connecting with alumni. So as we move, when things get complex, as is the case with all institutions, we are also trying to innovate and try and see how we can. But I think there is a need for looking at that as well. Would you like to comment on that change?
I think I agree with them, and on almost everything that I want to say is said. Because what I do, I think, feel is the scale of the institute has grown tremendously.
That's true.
And the number of campuses, number of students. But what I'm amazed by is this different kind of mechanisms that are continuously being evolved to kind of maintain that heart at this scale.
Absolutely.
But I do feel that it has to be something that happens not just from the institute's point of view, but that students, the whole student body has to also create their own mechanisms as well as be able to make these mechanisms work as well as possible.
Oh, they do. So I think today there is a group of students who are going to come and share their experiences. A new initiative they have started, something called Bridge. What they wanted to do is to look for resources or generate resources for supporting students who are in need. Because the limited resources we have been expanding over a period of time. But at the same time, some students came forward and started an initiative called Bridge. They were trying to bridge the gap which existed in student aid support. And a lot of such initiatives in terms of green initiatives, a lot of such initiatives students are already taking. They are wonderful people who initiate and innovate. Before I close this, I would ask any of the students, would like to ask any questions to the esteemed panelists. If you want to ask any quick questions, do you have anything to ask to the panel? Anybody? Yes? Okay. Can you pass on the mic? Somebody can.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much, and welcome to this event, which is being organized or being the new initiative of this TISS. Being as the student of social work, even I tried so hard to be in that, and I feel that proud in that. I wanted to ask you, this second semester in the social work is being called the most hectic, the semester of the whole course. So being as a student in your time, how you used to manage the time, you have the classes from since morning to the evening, then you have to also interact with the new people, as this culture provides you the space to interact with the people of various diversities, from the different marginalized backgrounds or from the different cultures, and you wanted to learn a lot within that period of time. So basically how you manages and how you did everything so well during that period of time.
Yeah, managing time, because they find that the program is so rigorous, and a lot of time is going in various academic activities. How do you find time to relieve, relax, and take forward whatever you want to do in the institute?
So I guess I can only respond from my own experience and maybe some observations of my classmates and what they did and how they did. And at the outset, I would say that all of us were quite different. There were some who were pretty focused with what they wanted to do with their studies. And then there were some of us who were more interested in picking up the ambience of the campus, much of what has been described by Geeta, the diversity and people who came from different parts of the world. And also the actual liberal atmosphere of the institute. So from 75 to 77, when I was a student here, we were allowed to come back to the institute by 10 o'clock. And if there was any chaos or, 10 p.m. in the night, so if there was any, noise or halla-gulla outside, the Trombay police station people were on their rounds, and they would, generally just look in and say, kya ho raha hai? So the security would say, no, these are just students returning, and so on and so forth. And the police itself, with their conventional ways of looking at things, would say, you mean you allow people to come back at 10 in the night? Aapka kaisa hostel hai? So the security came to us later on also as faculty, and when I was with the Dean for Students Affairs, and said that maybe we should change the timing to get students in faster, because that looked more socially acceptable, and even the police were not willing to consider the fact that we could return at 10 in the night. But I just have to say that the institute took a stand on that and said, no, we'd keep to what we were doing and not give in to such bullying, pushing, or coercive measures from those who held a different perspective in life. But maybe I wandered from your question a little, and what I would like to say is time got managed because we had our priorities, whether we wanted to study or whether we actually wanted to take in the whole, ethos of the institution. So we did have people who were concentrating on what they were being taught in class, and there were other people who were concentrating on what they were learning, from the overall ethos. And I think really that it was the overall ethos that predominated for most of us. So you might just see that it's not the grades, it's not the marks in this institution that we are generally looking at, but what we are really looking at is the kind of experiences that we have picked up. And to that extent, field work, and going out of the institution 2 days a week was something that was, could never be overlooked. And that was one of the best ways of managing time, actually. Also, I think I mentioned that something that has changed is the amount of time that we are giving ourselves as individuals and as an institution. And probably your question is closely linked to that. We did give ourselves more time to absorb, and we didn't run from experience to experience. Now that is a balance that an individual probably has to, that's a choice probably that an individual has to make. Do you wish to run from experience to experience, or do you want to stay with something and just absorb it?
To me, it's not a matter of managing time, it's for you managing distractions, which are 1,000-fold as compared to what it was when we were students. So I rest my case on that one comment.
Yeah, any more? Yeah, there is one hand there, the mic.
Hello. Hello. So, my question is more on the lighter note. As a student of TISS right now, and with our schedule, timetable, field work, mostly what happens is, if we have a tough day or a long day in field work, or we have a long day in the institute, we mostly hang out with our friends in the tapri. That's just right outside TISS. Most of us are hanging out over there. So on this note, I wanted to know that back then, when you were a student in Tata Institute, what was your favorite hangout spot over here with your friends?
All right, so there used to be a tapri just behind here. I'm forgetting who and what, but we used to affectionately call her Maushi. And Maushi used to have a nice regular menu. So Monday would be bhajiyas, Tuesday would be samosas, and trust me, no one went to the dining hall in those days. And those few who could afford it went to Subbalakshmi and came back disappointed, because she was hands down any day better. So that was our place for the chai and the other breaks, like the tea break, you understand, right? So the cigarette break, the chai break, everything used to happen there. So we did have one in those days. I don't know if it still exists.
75 to 77, no tapris.
It was all TISS, all inside the campus.
Yes. In fact, Swami brought our tea for the whole, this whole building, this whole campus at 3:30, up to 3:45. Even if tea was remaining, Swami knew his discipline and he would go off at 3:45. If you happen to visit me at any time like 3:50, I couldn't offer you a cup of tea.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. One more last question there, and then we'll.
So I want to ask, when we come here, when we enter TISS, we come with a lot of hopes and dreams, and then we're met with realities. We go out for a field work, we see things, how things work. Sometimes a lot of us get discouraged. We feel like how one person, how little we are, and how we could make a difference. And then I wanted to ask you, in your experiences, what were those things that made you persevere, or made you have the patience to go through with what you wanted to do?
Can you repeat that last sentence again?
Yes, sir. In your experiences, what was those things that made you pursue what you were striving to do?
What made you to pursue your goals?
See, in situations like the one you described, we've all gone through it. And I think one person who makes a difference is your mentor. You have to find a mentor, or you might just find a mentor with God's blessings. The longer you take to find a mentor, your anguish will continue. So I would urge everybody that do look out for this friend philosopher guide. I found a mentor in my head of the department, Dr. K.G. Desai, whom we remember for a lifetime. But my corporate mentor came to me after 1 year. I struggled for 1 year in my fieldwork because very often all of us know the fieldwork is not as attractive as it is supposed to be. In our days, we were doing data entry, filling forms, taking attendance of workers, because I did PMIR as a course, and we couldn't really complain because we knew that the company was accommodating us. But then at my 3rd semester fieldwork, I found my mentor. So I think patience, persistence, and last but not the least, I think what this taught me is be compassionate. You don't know what the other person is going through. We may think that we are down in the dumps, but perhaps someone is 1 feet below us. So if we look at that 1 feet above that person and even try to help that person do better, it could make a lot of difference. So that's the approach I have taken.
Yeah, I think I know most students join the institute because we have a desire to make a better world, a desire to want to change things that are not fair, to have more justice. And I think one feels disappointed when you feel, like you said, that you are so small in this, but you're not alone. And I think that's one thing I found in TISS, that you're not alone, there's so many of us together, and don't take the whole burden of changing the whole world on yourself. We have to do our part, and we have to enable others to do their part, but we cannot do it all alone, and there are other people there who are also doing their part. So link with them, see how we can together make, the sum of those parts is more than each little part. And so don't lose that hope, but see how much we can do ourselves, and don't take the whole burden on yourself.
That's really wonderful. I think that's a real good message, Geeta, for this. Don't take the burden of changing the whole world, but at the same time, play the significant role you have to play. Because sometimes you think that you wanted to make a change, but you're not seeing that change immediately. But there is a huge change which we need to instill. I think that was a wonderful message. Anybody wants to give a last round of message? All right. Yep.
I think the ability to live with the courage of your conviction is something that will carry you through the most difficult, what you envisage as some of your most difficult times. From my personal experience, I can say that whatever decisions I took from the convictions that I had, they may not have really helped my career. They may not have helped me to move up the ladder. But then I learned to recognize success more in terms of satisfaction with myself in whether I was able to move ahead in what I thought was important. So I remained with my convictions for something small, for something big. For example, the way in which I came to the institute, to do a social work course. So my school and college faculty all recognized me as a shy and a person who was an introvert. So when I told them, after having won sort of a medal for doing history very well and getting some very high grades in history, I was encouraged to follow history as my subject and ultimately to become probably a lecturer in history. So I actually told my faculty, I said, no, I'm going to do social work. So she was dead silent for about 30 seconds and she said, do you know that in social work you will have to speak with people? So I told her, yes. I just nodded. And I don't know, I came to the institute. I was underage by a month and a half. At that time, there was an age limit, so I couldn't join in '74. I kicked my heels around and joined in 1975 and got admission. And the rest is history. So it was my conviction actually that if I'm shy and inhibited, then maybe I need to take a profession where I will be forced to interact and talk. And then I have never regretted that. And there are many other stories like this. I only give you this life story, this particular story, just to say the courage of your conviction. That if you want to challenge yourself, you can. And you can do it in ways that will impact your life forever.
Thank you very much. It has been very interesting discussion. Professor Nasreen, Professor R.S.S. Mani, Dr. Geeta Sethi. It was lovely to have you here in this evening to give some, insider stories of the past. But at the same time, it also gave some way forward and some kind of, I would not say tips, but at the same time from experience. You have talked from your heart and how you connected to TISS and how you carry that TISS in your heart all the time. And thank you very much for being here to share your experiences. Thank you very much, and I hand over the session to
Thank you so much. Oh my God, it was such a wonderful, beautiful conversation. I'm inspired, I'm excited, I'm emotional, all at the same time. And I'm sure the students sitting here and all of you would also be, getting inspirations, getting ideas from this. I really loved what you said, especially for the students. Don't miss this opportunity. Don't miss the opportunity of not only learning in TISS in the classroom, but learning outside in the quadrangle, in the corridors, and everywhere, and from everything. So once again, our gratitude to all of you, sharing your experiences and for a very, very interesting and exciting panel. On that note, I would request our Deputy Director, Professor Bino Paul, to please come and felicitate our panelists. Professor Geeta. To Professor Mani. Professor Nasreen. Thank you so much for the panel chair. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, that is for. Got it from you. So let me have the privilege to give it to you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bino, and all the panelists for such an exciting panel. Want to sit? Yeah, and just do a little bit of, last things before we get into the next part of the program. So I would, there are so many people who have collectively made this program possible. So I wouldn't really be able to take everybody's name, but I would definitely want to, express our thanks, gratitude to our director, Professor Shalini Bharat, for driving this initiative, for encouraging us, for inspiring us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this. And we do hope to take this forward. All students, all alumni, all faculty who are here, I think we should be able to take this initiative collectively forward. Our Deputy Director, Professor Bino Paul, all our advisory committee members, some of you are here, are some of the other members who are part of the TISS squad, which was there earlier, our students, our facility services, computer services, everybody. And there are some very, very significant people. So I'm not naming you individually, but we do express our gratitude. And I think the program has been possible because of you. A little bit of housekeeping before we break, housekeeping announcements. So there is tea below the old conference hall for all of us. So below the conference hall, please do have tea. That's also hopefully a little space for informal networking. Do register for updates. So there are those QR codes. Do register, both students and alumni, so that we are able to get back to you about newer updates and processes. There will be some dinner coupons for the dining hall next to the tea counter. So anybody who want to, any alumni who want to relieve the nostalgia of going to the dining hall, please do that for dinner. And we just have about half an hour. Please come back at 6 o'clock again. And we hope to have a wonderful evening full of music. So there's a ghazal evening that will happen at 6 o'clock, which will be anchored by our students and Urdu Karwan. And we are hoping that we will be able to connect the head and the heart, and that's about TISS, carrying a little bit of TISS in our hearts. And I'm just tempted to say this last lines adapted from Robert Frost, that two roads diverged in the woods, and we took the one coming to TISS, and I think that has made a difference. So thank you so much, and we'll meet at 6 o'clock.
ये सब में करना पड़ेगा। एक और एक है ना, हाँ उसके लिए क्या टेबल है ना, उसका अरेंजमेंट होगा, टेबल वैसे लगा,
ये टेबल वैसे ही लगा देना है, चेयर्स रखना है और वो साउंड सिस्टम हमारे सामने ये रखना है सब,
टेबल जैसे वैसे रखना
हाँ वैसे चेयर भी रखना है,
तो मैडम
ये जैसे ये लोग चेयर सेट करेंगे
एक वीडियो चेंज कर दीजिए तुझे इधर भी दो गिलास रेंड I'll keep it in my room. आसन
Holo check. Holo. Holo check.
Mic check. जिंदगी की हर सुबह कुछ शर्तें लेकर आती है और जिंदगी की हर शाम कुछ तजुर्बे देकर जाती है। इस उम्मीद के साथ हम सब यहाँ इस समा को रोशन करने के लिए यहाँ शामिल हुए हैं ताकि जिंदगी के नए तजुर्बे यहाँ से लेकर जा सके। Good evening, everyone.
I'm Sarthak Banerjee Puri.
And I am Oishi Banerjee, and we welcome you to an amazing evening filled with passion, excitement, and of course, music.
Art is closely associated with emotions and mood. It provides a physical representation and visual aid to evoke feeling, promote talking points, and triggers thoughts and consideration among all its members. Whether you are a performer or just watching a performance, art and culture evokes the same feelings.
The ghazal, as a poetic form, originated in Persia in 10th century. Though Persian in origin, the Indian ghazal has a distinctive character of its own, rooted in the Indian ethos. Its poetry is written in Urdu, a camp language born in India. The first evidential ghazal was written by Amir Khusro in the 13th century.
Ghazals were and often sung by poets themselves in mushairas. In the music world, they were generally sung by courtesans, some of whom were renowned musicians. During the early and mid-20th century, prominent ghazal exponents like Zorabai and Kamal Zaria, the brilliant young master Madan and Begum Akhtar gave a definite shape to ghazal singing, what can be called now as ghazal shairi.
From just a poetic form, ghazal acquired musical form in the 18th and 19th centuries. It was the period when ghazal became associated with courts. The Tawaif tradition in courts played an important role in the growth and development of ghazal music. However, with the decline of the Tawaif tradition in the 20th century, the performance part of ghazal also underwent a change. With the development of recording and film industries, the ghazal music became more popular as it went out from the confines of courts to the masses. This had tremendous economic advantages to performers and producers of ghazal. The ghazal music revolves usually around a few common themes. The ghazals were woven around unreciprocated love, madness, mystical reflection, and even social commentaries ridiculing and highlighting religious orthodoxy. But the most important theme of ghazal is love. The traditional ghazals are similar to Hindustani classical music forms such as Dadra and Thumri. Then, some ghazal forms are similar to Qawwali. India has produced some exceptional talents in the field of ghazal singing, like Begum Akhtar, Jagjit Singh, and Pankaj Udas.
Now, before we go on, a small शायरी मेरी तरफ से. हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पर दम निकले. हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पर दम निकले. बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. मिर्जा गालिब की कहानी. Now, with this beautiful sentence, I request Professor Abdul Shaban to please come on the stage. I also request Mr. Farid Ahmed Khan to please come on the stage. I request Professor Shabana Khan to please grace the stage. And I request Shabana Sheikh to please grace the stage. Please give a huge round of applause, everybody. Now, a little about Professor Abdul Shaban. Professor Abdul Shaban is a professor and chairperson of the Center of Public Policy, Habitat and Human Development, School of Development Studies, TISS, Mumbai. He has served as chairperson of the International Relations Office and deputy director, TISS, Tuljapur campus. He is an urban geographer and economist with research interest on issues related to cities, entrepreneurship, creative industries, and religious minorities. Professor Shaban has been member of various committees, commissions, and policy think tanks in this area. He has also been the visiting professor and fellow at several leading universities in India, which include LSE, Münster University, Erasmus University, and Paris Diderot University. He has been awarded various research grants from corporates and national and international agencies. He is also a member of the advisory committee of the OAA. I now request Professor Abdul Shaban to please come and speak a few words of this evening and also to introduce Urdu Karwa to all of us.
Thank you, Sarthak. It's really lovely evening. और मैं ये कहूँगा कि गज़ल की बात है तो उर्दू कारवां यहाँ है, पूरी टीम यहाँ है, और जो हमारे हिंदुस्तान की डाइवर्सिटी है, बेसिकली जो आप इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे थे, गज़ल उसी की भी एक प्रोडक्ट है, जो हमारा जो कम्पिटिटिव एज है हिंदुस्तान का दूसरे मुल्कों के कंपैरिजन में, जिसको बढ़ा देता है वो, और उसी डाइवर्सिटी को क्योंकि ये मुल्क जो है कई माइग्रेंट तबकों से बना हुआ है, जो आते गए और बसते गए, और उसको रघुपति सहाय फिराक गोरखपुरी ने इस तरह से कहा था कि सरजमीन हिंद पर अक़वाम आलम के फिराक कारवां बसते गए हिंदोस्तां बनता गया। इससे बड़ा माइग्रेशन थ्योरी और इंडियन पीपलिंग ऑफ इंडिया मैंने नहीं देखा था, जो नहीं सुना था, जो फिराक गोरखपुरी ने कहा था। लेकिन सरसार साहब ने इसके और कहा, जो डाइवर्सिटी को इंडिया को लेके आने की कोशिश की उन्होंने, कि चमन में इख्तिलाते रंगबू से बात बनती है, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं। एंड दैट एक्चुअली शोज एंड सम्स अप द डाइवर्सिटी, द एजिलिटी ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, कि किस तरह से वो एक दूसरे के रंगों में ढल जाते हैं और किस तरह से वो सारी चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ा लेते हैं। और मैं उसी गंगा जमुनी तहजीब का प्रोडक्ट हूँ, और उर्दू कारवां जो बना उसी गंगा जमुनी तहजीब को और उसी फैब्रिक को, जो फैब्रिक ऑफ इंडिया है जिसको कह सकते हो, उसी गंगा जमुनी तहजीब को आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहा है और उसी को लेके चल रहा है। और उर्दू कारवां जो 2016 में जिसकी बुनियाद रखी फरीद खान साहब ने, जो उसके प्रेसिडेंट हैं, और शबाना खान मैडम ने, जो SNDT में प्रोफेसर हैं, दोनों ने मिल करके इसकी बुनियाद रखी। और इसका मकसद यही था कि जो लिटरेचर है, लिटरेचर से किस तरह से जो हमारी कौमी यकजहती है, जिसको हम नेशनल यूनिटी कहते हैं, नेशनल डाइवर्सिटी जिसको हम कहते हैं, और जो लोगों के बुनियादी हक हैं, उनको किस तरह से लेकर के आगे बढ़ा जाए। और आज उसी का नतीजा है कि चाहे वो मराठी लिटरेचर हो, चाहे वो हिंदी लिटरेचर हो, क्योंकि लास्ट वीक हमारे एक अजीज़ दोस्त हैं जो राजस्थान में रहते हैं, उपेंद्र कुमार सिंह, उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी थी जो उर्दू की पोयम है, और वो भी प्रोफेसर ही हैं बाय चांस, तो वो रिलीज़ किया उर्दू कारवां ने, वो हिंदी की बुक थी, और काफ़ी उसमें लोगों का रिएक्शन आया और बहुत अच्छा था वो प्रोग्राम। तो उर्दू कारवां जो है, मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि उर्दू कारवां एक उस प्लेटफॉर्म को लेके आगे बढ़ रहा है जो हिंदुस्तानी डाइवर्सिटी, हिंदुस्तानी यूनिटी उससे जुड़ा हुआ है, और कौमी यकजहती से जुड़ा हुआ है, नेशनल यूनिटी से जुड़ा हुआ है। और 2016 से लेकर के अब तक काफ़ी प्रोग्राम ऐसे हो चुके हैं, नेशनल, इंटरनेशनल और लोकल लेवल पे, जिसमें उर्दू कारवां का काफ़ी रहा है। एक और मकसद रहा है, क्योंकि इसमें सारे प्रोफेसर्स हैं, और यास्मीन आपा हैं जो बैठी हैं यहाँ पे, जो बच्चों से डीएड कॉलेज में तरबियत देती हैं, उन बच्चों को जो कॉलेज टीचर या उर्दू के टीचर होते हैं। अब लैंग्वेज होती है, कभी कभी ये होती है कि मादरी ज़बान जो होती है बहुत आपको भाती है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी कहता है कि हम जो है इनिशियल तालीम जो होती है बच्चों को दी जाए, वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी जो मादरी ज़बान है, मदर टंग है, उसमें दिया जाए। तो लिटरेचर को, जो पूरा उर्दू कारवां का मकसद है, जिसको मैं काफ़ी सीखने की कोशिश की, उर्दू कारवां का मकसद ये भी है कि किस तरह से इल्म को या बेसिकली एजुकेशन को किस तरह से मादरी ज़बान में ला करके
मदर टंग में ला करके उसको बच्चों तक पहुंचाया जाए। और ये काफ़ी अच्छा रोल जो है पूरा टीम प्ले कर रहा है। और अभी उर्दू का अशरा चल रहा है, वो लोग जो है 10 दिन का पूरा फेस्टिवल है जो चल रहा है डिफरेंट कॉलेजेस में, और बहुत सारे बम्बई के कॉलेजेस उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग अर्लियर जो है सारे मिठी बाई कॉलेज वगैरह सब उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करते थे। और आज हमारे प्रोग्राम के लिए प्रोफेसर स्वाति बनर्जी के रिक्वेस्ट पे फरीद खान साहब ने उस प्रोग्राम में थोड़ी सी रुकावट की और आज रोक दिया उन्होंने, और आज आपके सामने वो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और मैं उनका इस्तकबाल करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप यहाँ पे आए। और प्रोफेसर शबाना खान क्योंकि उससे जुड़ी हैं, आप भी उसी से ताल्लुक़ रखती हैं और बहुत कुछ करती रहती हैं, चाहे वो हायर एजुकेशन लेवल पे हो, चाहे वो बुनियादी तालीम के लेवल पे हो। बहुत कुछ उन्होंने काम किया है और वो भी अब उस प्रोग्राम को रोक करके साथ में हैं, और जिनका इंट्रोडक्शन फॉर्मली जो है सार्थक करेगा। लेकिन शबाना शेख मैडम यहाँ पे हैं, वो भी उर्दू गज़ल से उनका बहुत कुछ ताल्लुक़ है और बहुत अच्छी आवाज़ में गाती हैं। और क्योंकि Professor Shalini Bharat is also here. Ma'am, once I invited her and I told you that we closed the conference room, and she had wonderful program with all actual instruments. She came here. So thank you, Shabana, for being here. Now I invite the Sarthak to take up the program further.
Thank you so much, Professor Shawan. And I would now like to invite Professor P.K. Shahjahan to come on the stage to felicitate Mr. Farid Ahmad Khan. Professor Shahjahan. Yes. I now invite Professor Sasmita Palo to please felicitate Professor Shabana Khan. I now request Professor Swati Banerjee to please come on the stage and felicitate Shabana Sheikh. I request Professor Swati Banerjee to also please felicitate Professor Shawan. And now for something actually truly special, I would like to invite Professor Robin Shields to please come on the stage for a song. Please put your hands together for Professor Robin Shields.
Absolutely. Can I use the guitar then?
Absolutely, yes.
One minute, please. That's fine. Okay, Subaratri. ये गीत गज़ल नहीं है और मेरा हिंदी थोड़ा बकवास है, इसके लिए in advance माफ़ कीजिए। गज़ल नहीं है, लेकिन मैं सोचता हूँ कि थोड़ा उर्दू शब्द है ये गीत में। Please, please, if that's okay. Can you make it longer? Sorry, I didn't tell you. Just a minute, sorry. It's made for somebody else. जाने कैसा जादू कर दिया तेरा बम बेटा है मेरा जिया जाने क्या होगा क्या पता इस पल को मिलके आज ही ले जरा मैं हूँ यहाँ तू है यहाँ मेरी बाहों में आ अभी जा ओ जाने जा दोनों जहाँ मेरी बाहों में आ अभी जा Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. हर दुआ में शामिल तेरा प्यार है बिन तेरे लम्हा भी दुश्वार है दर्द तुझसे ही दरकार है तुझसे रात है तुझसे चाहते है ये एक मिनट Okay. तू जो मिली एक दिन मुझे मैं कहीं हो गया लापता. Sing the chorus if you know. ओ जाने जान दोनों जहां मेरी बाहों में आ अभी जा. ओ जाने जान दोनों जहां मेरी बाहों में आ भूल जा. Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Thank you.
क्या बात है. Please, just one more time. Please, a huge round of applause for Professor Robin. क्या बात है, मजा आ गया. Now for another song from our very own students of TISS, I invite Tejal and Iza for a nice, beautiful song. Please give a huge round of applause for Tejal and Iza. A little about the song that they're going to sing. In the words of Franz Kafka, I never wish to be easily defined. I'd rather float over other people's minds as something strictly fluid and non-perceivable, more like a transparent, paradoxically iridescent creature than an actual person. In the Franz of Franz Kafka itself, here we have Tejal and Iza presenting our next song.
Hello, check. Hi guys, I'm Iza.
And Tejal.
And we hope you enjoy our performance.
अपने ही संग में गाऊं, अपने ही रंग में नहाऊं, मैं तो अपने ही संग में गाऊं। अपने संग में गाऊं, अपने संग में गाऊं, संग में गाऊं, संग में गाऊं।
Thank you.
Thank you, Tejal and Iza, for the wonderful melodious performance. Now I would like to invite our friends, Amrita and Nausheen from TISS Bridge.
Hello everyone, this is Amrita and Nausheen from Bridge. Bridge is an initiative started by the TISS student community to strengthen the student aid mechanism and works in collaboration with the student aid scheme to channelize funding for bright and diverse minds so that a lack of financial resources does not prevent their academic mobility in any way. We have so far had 252 contributors. We have raised around 11,21,000 and have furthered 46 students in their education. So how can you support? You can support through a one-time contribution or through Avirat, which is a monthly subscription service. And we also partner with corporate social responsibility and non-profit organizations. These contributions to Bridge qualify for tax redemption under ATG. Thank you so much for listening.
We have information flyers as well if anybody wants more information on this.
You can register or you can find out more. There are posters posted all around the 4 trees, and there's a QR code to scan, so you can know more details through that. Thank you so much.
Now we hand over to Mr. Fareed Khan and Professor Shabana Khan to carry over the program and begin the most exciting part of today's event. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks to all. यहाँ पर मौजूद जो है टिस के डॉक्टर शाबान साहब, स्वती मैम और सारे स्टूडेंट जो प्रेजेंट स्टूडेंट और एक्स स्टूडेंट जो दोनों यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, आज की इस खुशगवार शाम में जो है आप तमाम लोगों का इस्तकबाल है, स्वागत है। अभी हम प्रोफेसर साहब को सुन रहे थे यहाँ पर जो आप गा रहे थे, तो मुझे टॉम वाल्टर याद आ गए। आप यकीन मानिए मैंने अच्छे अच्छे उर्दू वालों की जो है उनकी जैसी उर्दू नहीं सुनी थी। साहिर पर एक प्ले हुआ करता था, मैंने कई मरतबा टिकट लेकर जाकर उस प्ले को देखा है और उसमें वो साहिर का रोल अदा करते थे और गजब की उर्दू। तो मुझे कुछ अजीब सा लगता था कि एक पूरा अंग्रेज दिखने वाला आदमी भला किस तरीके से इतनी साफ उर्दू बोल सकता है। तो आज आपने कोशिश की, उसके लिए आपको बहुत मुबारकबाद। और मैं एक और बात कह दूं उर्दू कारवां के ताल्लुक से कि डॉक्टर शाबान ने आप लोगों को बताया कि हम लोगों का एक एनुअल इवेंट इस वक्त चल रहा है। किसी भी लिटरेरी एनजीओ का ये शायद महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा फेस्टिवल होता है जो हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। ये 19 दिसंबर से शुरुआत हुई थी और आज जो है वो खाली हमने खास यहाँ के प्रोग्राम के लिए ब्रेक लिया था। कल हमारा फाइनल इवेंट मुंबई में, साउथ मुंबई में एक हॉल में है। तो मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमने शुरुआत भी जो है यहाँ पर शबाना शेख साहिबा बैठी हैं। जब 19 तारीख को इसका इनॉग्रल सेशन हुआ हमारे अशरे उर्दू का, तो उसकी आप लोग जानते हैं कि सेंट्रल थीम क्या थी। उसकी सेंट्रल थीम थी कि भारत में किस तरीके से जो है वो उर्दू ज़बान, हिंदी ज़बान, हिंदुस्तानी ज़बान या हिंदवी ज़बान जो है डेवलप हुई, तो जाहिर सी बात है हमें उसके ओरिजिनल सोर्स की तरफ पलट कर जाना पड़ा कि कहाँ से ये गंगोत्री कहाँ से फूटी थी, वो देखना पड़ा। तो पता चला कि उस शख्स का नाम अमीर खुसरो है, कि जिसने जो है, अभी हमारे बच्चे जब गज़ल की हिस्ट्री बयान कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने भी कहा कि गज़ल जो है वो ईरान से होती हुई यहाँ पर आई और खुसरो जो है उसके उर्दू गज़ल के सबसे पहले जो शायर हैं। तो ये बात बिल्कुल सही है। आज भी जब कोई प्रोग्राम होता है ख़ास तौर पर, उस वक्त की उर्दू इतनी साफ नहीं थी। उर्दू तो फिर धीरे धीरे 800 साल में जो है डेवलप हुई और पूरी तरीके से वो पिछले जो है 200-250 साल पहले वो पहली मर्तबा जो है पूरी तरह से जवान हुई। वरना उर्दू यहाँ की तमाम हिंदुस्तान की सूंधी मिट्टी जो अलग अलग जगहों से है, साउथ की जो दक्कनी ज़बान का भी उसमें फ्लेवर शामिल है, नॉर्थ की ब्रिज भाषा अवधी भाषा का भी फ्लेवर उसमें शामिल है, और संस्कृत तो उसकी माँ है उर्दू। संस्कृत के ही पेट से जन्म लिया है उर्दू ने, चाहे हिंदी हो उर्दू हो, सही सारी हिंद आर्यन लैंग्वेजेस हैं, उर्दू उन्हीं में से एक ज़बान है। और यही वजह है कि उर्दू कारवां ने जो है जहाँ हम उर्दू ज़बान के प्रमोशन के और फ़रोग़ की कोशिशें करते हैं, वहीं पर हम लोगों ने साथ साथ में उर्दू हिंदी मंच भी बना रखा है और उर्दू मराठी साहित्य फोरम भी। शायद उर्दू कारवां महाराष्ट्र की वाहिद उर्दू NGO होगी अकेली जो कुसुम अग्रज जी की जो जब जन्म दिवस आता है, बर्थडे होती है 27 फरवरी को, तो हम मराठी दिवस मनाते हैं और उर्दू और मराठी का एक मिला जुला कवि सम्मेलन मुशायरा भी ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। तो यूं हम समझते हैं कि ज़बानों की कोई सरहद नहीं होती है, और भारत तो ज़बानों का एक ऐसा देश है, ऐसा संगम है, हसीन संगम, कि उसकी मिसाल, उसकी नज़ीर पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं मिलती है। और मैं आपको उसकी एक मिसाल दूं कि लैंग्वेज क्या चीज़ होती है और फिर उर्दू है, उर्दू गज़ल जो है उससे कैसे लिंक्ड होती है। आप लोगों ने एक बहुत हिट फिल्म थी एक दूजे के लिए, उसमें एक गाना था, तेरे मेरे बीच में कैसा है ये बंधन अनजाना। उसमें फिल्म की थीम ऐसी है कि हीरो साउथ का होता है जिसे हिंदी नहीं आती है, और हीरोइन जो है वो हिंदी बेल्ट की होती है, उसे तेलुगु मलयालम जो भी वो हीरो की ज़बान होती है वो नहीं आती है। तो उसमें एक गाना था कि जो मैंने आपको बताया कि तेरे मेरे बीच में कैसा है ये बंधन अनजाना, उसमें वो कहती है कि कितनी ज़बानें बोले लोग हम जोली, दुनिया में प्यार की एक है बोली, बोली जो शमा परवाना। तो यही शमा परवाने की बोली लेके उर्दू कारवां आज आपके दरमियान में आया है। और रही बात उर्दू गज़ल की, तो गज़ल का जो बुनियादी मतलब होता है, गज़ल की जो उर्दू लैंग्वेज के हिसाब से गज़ल का मतलब होता है औरतों से बातें करना या औरतों की हुस्न की तारीफ करना। लेकिन गज़ल ने भी जो है, जहाँ हज़रत अमीर खुसरो से होते होते मीर तकी मीर, और मीर के बाद जो है मुख्तलिफ दौर आया गज़ल का। मीर की शायरी सिर्फ जो है रंजो अलम की शायरी थी, जहाँ हुस्न का जिक्र कम था। फिर हुस्न की शायरी वाली गज़लों का दौर आया, और उसके बाद फैज़ और साहिर का दौर आया कि जिन्होंने इकबाल का दौर आया कि जिन्होंने गज़ल को जो है ज़िंदगी के हालात से जोड़ा। गज़ल में मज़दूरों की बातें होने लगी, गज़ल में जो है ज़िंदगी के मसाइल और प्रॉब्लम्स का जिक्र होने लगा। यूँ उर्दू गज़ल का रूप जो है बदला। लेकिन आज भी अगर उर्दू ज़बान जो है वो लोगों के दिलों पे, एक हिंदुस्तानियों के नहीं पूरी दुनिया के एक बहुत बड़े तिबके के दिल में अगर उर्दू जो है और उर्दू शायरी राज कर रही है, तो उसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह जो है उर्दू गज़ल है, उर्दू गज़ल का जादू है। और यही उर्दू गज़ल और उर्दू गज़ल के जादू को जो है, चाहे वो प्रोफेसर स्वाति बनर्जी हो या डॉक्टर अब्दुल शाबान हो या प्रोफेसर शाहजहां हो, और टिस के दूसरे लोगों, कोई उसके जादू से महफूज नहीं रह सके। और यही वजह है कि आज हम आपके दरमियान में हैं। और मैं अब ज़्यादा वक्त न लेते हुए दोनों शबानाओं के हवाले करता हूं माइक को। प्रोफेसर शबाना खान जो है वो उर्दू गज़ल पे कमेंट्री देंगी, और शबाना शेख साहिबा जो है उसको गाएंगी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। नाउ ओवर टू प्रोफेसर शबाना खान, जनरल सेक्रेटरी उर्दू कारवां।
हम आपको प्रोफेसर शबाना का कहना है कि हम अब प्रोग्राम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए शबाना शेख को हम इनवाइट करें और उनसे गज़लें सुनते हैं।
मैं उधर ही बैठूं या यहाँ पर बैठूं? आप कहाँ पर? मैं यहीं पर बैठती हूँ, मैं यहाँ पे बैठ जाती हूँ। आप कहाँ पर? गुड इवनिंग, नमस्कार, आदाब। आज की इस खूबसूरत शाम में आप सभी सुनने वालों का तहे दिल से इस्तकबाल है। उर्दू कारवां अपने साथियों के साथ आज आप लोगों के लिए गज़ल का तोहफ़ा लेकर आया है। गज़ल के बारे में विज़िटिंग रूम में भी काफ़ी सारी चर्चा हुई और यहाँ हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ने भी गज़ल के ताल्लुक़ से बात की। उर्दू कारवां के प्रेसिडेंट फ़रीद अहमद ख़ान साहब ने भी उर्दू गज़ल के ताल्लुक़ से बताया। मैं सिर्फ़ आप लोगों के सामने, क्योंकि ये गज़लों का प्रोग्राम बस थोड़ी देर में शुरू हुआ चाहता है, मैं सिर्फ़ आप लोगों से ये कहना चाहूँगी कि गज़ल मुसलसल एक हिस्ट्री है, एक तारीख़, और गज़ल में सिर्फ़ किसी औरत के गमज़े अश्वे नाज़ो अदा उसके इश्क़ की ही बात नहीं होती, बल्कि गज़ल फ़लसफ़ा है, गज़ल ज़िंदगी है। गज़ल हमारी ज़िंदगी के जो रूटीन है, इस रूटीन में कभी मज़दूरों की बात भी होती है, कभी गरीबी की बात भी होती है, कभी रातों को जागने की जुदाई की बातें भी होती हैं, और कभी इनकलाब की भी बात होती है। गज़ल एक इनकलाब है और ये इनकलाब हर दौर में आता रहा है। मुझे याद आ रहा है मजाज लखनवी का एक शेर, कोशिश करूँगी कि मैं उसको बहुत आसान ज़ुबान में आप लोगों के सामने थोड़ा सा कुछ बता सकूं। मजाज लखनवी ने ये कहा था कि तेरे माथे पे ये आंचल बहुत खूब है, लेकिन तेरे माथे पे ये आंचल बहुत खूब है, लेकिन तू इस आंचल से परचम बना लेती तो अच्छा था। बहुत शुक्रिया। आपकी तालियां जो हैं वो इस बात की वजाहत कर रही हैं कि मुझे मज़ीद वजाहत यानी एक्सप्लेनेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है। बहरहाल गज़ल दो तरीक़े की होती है, एक वो जो लिटरेचर से जुड़ी हुई है, जिनको हम उस्ताद शौरा की गज़ल कहते हैं, मीर की गज़ल, गालिब की गज़ल, दाग की गज़ल, ज़ौक़ की गज़ल, बहादुर शाह ज़फ़र की गज़ल। और एक गज़ल वो है जिसने पूरी तरीक़े से अपने आप को कमर्शियल रंग में रंग लिया, लेकिन कमर्शियल रंग में रंगने के बावजूद कहीं ना कहीं उर्दू ज़ुबान की लज्जत, उसके इस्तियारे, उसकी तशबीहात ये गायब नहीं हो सकी। यही वजह है कि जब हम गज़ल को याद करते हैं तो बेइख्तियार फैज़ अहमद फैज़ याद आते हैं, और वो ये कहते हैं कि चले भी आओ गुलों में रंग बादे नौ बहार चले, गुलों में रंग बादे नौ बहार चले, चले भी आओ कि गुलशन का कारोबार चले। बहुत शुक्रिया। तो जो हमारी लिटरेचर से जुड़ी हुई, जिसको हम अदबी गज़ल कहते हैं, उस गज़ल में से कुछ कुछ गज़लें हमारी फ़िल्मों में हैं, लेकिन फ़िल्मों में जो गज़लें गाई जाती हैं, फ़िल्मों में जो गज़लें हैं, वो गज़लें दरअसल ये दर्शाती हैं, ये दिखाती हैं कि उर्दू ज़ुबान का बॉलीवुड में कितना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, और उर्दू ज़ुबान की उसकी जो शमूलियत है, और उसके चाहे वो डायलॉग हों, कहानी हो, उसकी गज़लें हों, कहीं भी उर्दू ज़ुबान से गर्दन नहीं फेरी जा सकती, कहीं भी मुंह फेरा नहीं जा सकता है। और यही वजह है कि हम आज पहली गज़ल हम जो आप लोगों के सामने पेश करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, जिसको शबाना शेख जिस पहली गज़ल को पेश कर रही हैं, हम आपको बताते चलें कि ये गज़ल जानिसार अख्तर की लिखी हुई है और इस गज़ल को मौसीकी यानी म्यूज़िक दी है ख़याम ने। और गज़ल के ये अल्फाज हैं कि खुदा खैर करे, आई जंजीर की झनकार, आई जंजीर की झनकार, खुदा खैर करे। फिल्म का नाम रज़िया सुल्तान। शबाना।
थैंक यू। आप सभी को मेरा आदाब। रिस्पेक्टेड प्रोफेसर्स, प्यारे स्टूडेंट्स, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आप सभी के सामने। एक छोटी सी कोशिश है, मैं आप सभी की इजाज़त चाहूँगी। इजाज़त है? हेलो, चेक। हेलो। खुदा खैर करे, आई जंजीर की झनकार, खुदा खैर करे, दिल हुआ किसका गिरफ्तार, खुदा खैर करे, आई जंजीर की झनकार। जाने ये कौन मेरी रूह को छूकर गुज़रा, जाने ये कौन। जाने ये कौन मेरी रूह को छूकर गुज़रा, एक क़यामत हुई बेदार, एक क़यामत हुई बेदार, खुदा खैर करे। लम्हा लम्हा मेरी आँखों में खिंची जाती है, लम्हा लम्हा मेरी आँखों में खिंची जाती है, एक चमकती हुई तलवार, खुदा खैर करे, एक चमकती हुई तलवार, खुदा खैर करे, Thank you.
रज़िया सुल्तान में इस गज़ल को ओरिजिनली कब्बन मिर्ज़ा ने अपनी आवाज़ दी थी। और अब हम चलते हैं दूसरी गज़ल की तरफ। इस गज़ल के शायर हैं मीर तकी मीर, और आपको बताती चलूँ कि ये गज़ल 250 साल पुरानी है। शायर का कमाल यही होता है कि वो हर दौर के जनरेशन के साथ अपनी गज़लों की वजह से, अपनी सोच की वजह से हर जनरेशन के साथ जुड़ जाता है। मीर तकी मीर के इसी शेर से मैं शबाना शेख को आवाज़ देना चाहूँगी। मीर तकी मीर का शेर है कि नाजुकी उसके लब की क्या कहिए, नाजुकी उसके लब की क्या कहिए, पंखुड़ी एक गुलाब की सी है। इन्हीं मीर तकी मीर की गज़ल पेश कर रही हैं शबाना शेख। फिल्म का नाम है बाजार।
जुदा कर चले दिखाई दिए यूं कि बेखुद किया, दिखाई दिए यूं। जभी सजदा करती गई, जभी सजदा करती गई, हक़े बंदगी हम अदा कर चले दिखाई दिए यूं कि बेखुद किया, हमें आपसे भी जुदा कर चले दिखाई दिए यूं। Thank you.
साथियों, अगली जो गज़ल है, हम उसकी तरफ आने से पहले मैं उसी गज़ल के तर्जुमानी इस मीर तकी मीर के ही एक शेर से करना चाहूँगी। पत्ता पत्ता बूटा बूटा हाल हमारा जाने हैं, पत्ता पत्ता बूटा बूटा हाल हमारा जाने हैं, जाने न जाने गुल ही न जाने बाग तो सारा जाने हैं। मीर तकी मीर के इस शेर की तर्जुमानी रज़िया सुल्ताना का ये शेर, ये नगमा या ये गज़ल कर रही है। ए दिले नादां आरज़ू क्या है, जुस्तजू क्या है। शायर जानिसार अख्तर, जो जावेद अख्तर के वालिद साहब हैं। और ज़ाहिर सी बात है कि जब बड़े मियाँ सुभान अल्लाह होंगे तो छोटे मियाँ तो सुभान अल्लाह होंगे ही। तो ज़ाहिर सी बात है कि ये विरासत में उनको ये आर्ट मिली है अपने फादर की तरफ से। तो मैं शबाना से गुजारिश करना चाहूँगी कि वो इस गज़ल को पेश करें। इस गज़ल को पेश करने से पहले मैं शबाना की आवाज़ के लिए एक शेर शबाना की नज़र करना चाहूँगी कि इस गैरत नाहीद की हर तान है दीपक, उस गैरत नाहीद की हर तान है दीपक, शोला सा लपक जाए है आवाज़ तो देखो।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आप सब भी गा सकते हैं मेरे साथ।
म्यूज़िक ख़याम साहब की है। और ये जो आप एक किस्म के तबले की धम धम की जो आवाज़ सुन रहे हैं, ख़याम साहब ने हमको बताया था कि वो एक बहुत बड़ा घड़ा लेकर आए थे और उस घड़े पे हाथ रख करके उन्होंने ये म्यूज़िक जो है वो पैदा की थी। जी
हम
जी।
चाहेंगे कि ये इन्फॉर्मेशन हम सभी सुने, सो प्लीज़ एक बार फिर से हो जाए।
मैं ये कह रही थी कि ये जो अभी आपने एक ढम ढम की बीच में एक इको साउंड में एक आवाज़ सुनी होगी, जैसे ढोल की आवाज़ होती है, पर ये ढोल की आवाज़ नहीं है। हम लोग जब ख़याम साहब से मिलने के लिए गए थे तो हमने इसके ताल्लुक़ से उनसे पूछा था कि ये म्यूज़िक आपने, मतलब ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट तो होता नहीं है, तो ये कैसे आपने किया। तो उन्होंने बताया कि खाली मटका था, बड़ा सा मटका, और बड़े से मटके पर हम लोगों ने जो है वो एक आवाज़ जो है इससे पैदा करने की कोशिश की थी, जो जिससे एक इको साउंड जो है वो पैदा हुआ। और मुझे ये लगता है कि इस नगमे में या इस गज़ल में इस आवाज़ की बहुत बड़ी कशिश है। तो सुनिए।
मुलाहिज़ा फरमाए। अब आप और ध्यान से सुनेंगे।
जुस्तजू क्या है ऐ दिले नादा ऐ दिले नादा आरज़ू क्या है जुस्तजू क्या हम भटकते हैं क्यों भटकते हैं दश्तों सहरा में ऐसा लगता मौज प्यासी है अपने दरिया में कैसी उलझन है क्यों ये उलझन है एक साया सा रूबरू क्या है ऐ दिले नादा ऐ दिले नादा आरज़ू क्या है जुस्तजू क्या क्या कयामत है क्या मुसीबत है कह नहीं सकते किसका अरमान है जिंदगी जैसे खोई खोई है हैरा हैरा है ये ज़मीं चुप है आसमां चुप है धड़कन सी चार सौ क्या है ऐ दिले नादा ऐ दिले नादा ऐ दिले नादा ऐसी
आप सभी एंजॉय कर रहे हैं? जोरदार तालियां। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत शुक्रिया। दिल तो नादान ही होता है और सारा फसाद इस दिल से शुरू होता है और इसी दिल पर आकर के ख़त्म हो जाता है। कभी ये दिल जो है वो चमन की सैर कराता है और कभी ये दिल ये इस बात को कहने पर मजबूर हो जाता है कि जो पूछता है कोई सुर्ख क्यों है आज आँखें, जो पूछता है कोई कि सुर्ख क्यों है आज आँखें, तो आँख मल के ये कहता हूँ कि रात सो न सका, तो आँख मल के ये कहता हूँ कि रात सो न सका। हजार चाहूँगा मगर कह न सकूँगा कभी कि रात रोने की ख्वाहिश थी और रो न सका। तो दिल के साहिबों ये झमेले हैं और ये झमेले उस वक्त तक रहेंगे जब तक इंसान के दिल में, सीने में दिल धड़क रहा है, तब तक ये सारे झमेले जो हैं वो लगे रहेंगे। कुछ इसी तरीक़े की उदासी और कुछ इसी तरीक़े का गम और कुछ इसी तरीक़े की शिकायत मजरू सुल्तानपुरी के इस गज़ल में नज़र आती है, जिसके बोल हैं, हम हैं मताए कूचो बाज़ार की तरह, उठती है हर निगाह ख़रीदार की तरह। मता कहते हैं दौलत को, जहाँ पर इंसान के पास सारा साजो सामान हो। तो यहाँ पर वो ये कहना चाह रहा है कि हम जो हैं वो मतलब ऐसी शख्सियत नहीं है कि जिसको चाहा जाए, जिसकी तरफ नज़र उठाई जाए तो लगे कि पूरी दुनिया यही है, बल्कि हम वो हैं जो बाज़ार में बैठे हुए हैं और जो चाहे वो हमारी बोली लगा दे। सुनिए इस गज़ल को।
शुक्रिया शबाना जी।
हम हैं मताए कूचो, मताए कूचो बाजार की तरह, उठती है हर निगाह खरीदार
ज़िंदगी नाम है कश्मकश का, जद्दोजहद का। कभी एक पैर आगे की तरफ जाता है तो पीछे वाला पैर आगे वाले पैर को फिर से पीछे ले लेता है। कभी खुशियाँ हैं, कभी गम हैं, कभी आंसू हैं, कभी आहें हैं। ज़िंदगी इसी का तो नाम है। आइए चलिए सुनते हैं साहिर लुधियानवी की ये गज़ल, रुके रुके से कदम रुक के बार बार चले। फिल्म का नाम है मौसम।
One of my favorite.
रुके रुके से
थैंक यू।
बहुत ही खूब, बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ लफ्ज़ की अदायगी, आवाज़, सुर, ताल, मतलब किस किस चीज़ की तारीफ़ की जाए। दोस्तों, आप लोगों ने फूल तो देखा ही होगा, ऐसा तो हो ही नहीं सकता कि आप में से किसी ने फूल को ना देखा हो। फूल को देख करके हर एक की अपनी अपनी अलग अलग तबीयत, अपना अपना दिल चाहता है, किसी का दिल चाहता है कि फूल को यूं ही उस गमले में लगे रहने दें और उसको यूं ही निहारते रहें। किसी का दिल ये चाहता होगा कि फूल को तोड़ करके अपनी महबूबा के बालों में लगा दिया जाए, और कोई उस सूखे फूल को किताबों के बीच में रखकर अपने माजी की मोहब्बत को याद करता होगा। यहाँ पर शबाना शेख एक गज़ल पेश करने के लिए जा रही हैं। मखदूम की गज़ल है, फिर छिड़ी रात बात फूलों की। आप उसमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ लफ्ज़ फूल का इस्तेमाल देखिए और ज़ुबान की दाद दीजिए कि लिटरेचर वाले सिर्फ फूल को देख करके क्या क्या सोच सकते हैं। मखदूम की गज़ल, फिर छिड़ी बात रात फूलों की।
फिर छिड़ी रात बात फूलों की, फिर छिड़ी रात बात फूलों की। रात है या बारात फूलों की, रात है या बारात फूलों की। फूल के हार, फूल के गजरे, फूल के हार, फूल के गजरे। शाम फूलों की रात फूलों की, शाम फूलों की रात फूलों की। फिर छिड़ी रात बात फूलों की। आपका साथ साथ फूलों का, आपका साथ साथ फूलों का। आपकी बात बात फूलों की, आपकी बात बात फूलों की।
थैंक यू।
एक बार शबाना साहिबा के लिए ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। बहुत शुक्रिया। हम अब अगली गज़ल की तरफ आते हैं। ये गज़ल, इस गज़ल से भला कौन नहीं वाकिफ़ है, शहरयार की लिखी हुई गज़ल है और फिल्म का नाम है उमराव जान, और इसके बोल हैं तुमको देख, सॉरी, दिल चीज़ क्या है आप मेरी जान लीजिए।
बस एक बार मेरा कहा, बस एक बार मेरा कहा मान लीजिए, बस एक बार मेरा कहा मान लीजिए, दिल चीज क्या है आप मेरी जान लीजिए। दर को गौर से, दीवारों दर को गौर से पहचान लीजिए, दीवारों दर को गौर से पहचान लीजिए, दिल चीज क्या है आप मेरी जान लीजिए। माना के दोस्तों को नहीं, दोस्तों को नहीं, माना के दोस्तों को नहीं, दोस्ती का पास, लेकिन ये क्या के गैर का, लेकिन ये क्या के गैर का एहसान लीजिए, लेकिन ये क्या के गैर का एहसान लीजिए, दिल चीज क्या है आप मेरी जान लीजिए। मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ भी, मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ भी अगर ठान लीजिए, मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ भी अगर ठान लीजिए, दिल चीज क्या है बस एक बार, बस एक बार मेरा कहा मान लीजिए, मान लीजिए, मान लीजिए।
Thank you so much.
जावेद अख्तर की ये गज़ल टिस के तमाम स्टूडेंट की नज़र है और अभी बस हम तो आपका कहना मानने को तैयार हैं ही और जाहिर सी बात है आपका कहा कहाँ टाल सकते हैं, लिहाजा हम इस गज़ल की तरफ बढ़ते हैं जिस गज़ल को आप सबके नाम किया है। तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया, जिंदगी धूप तुम घना साया।
It's pleasure for me. आप सभी की चॉइस है, राइट? आप भी गाएंगे मेरे साथ?
तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया, तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया, जिंदगी धूप तुम घना साया, तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आज तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया, तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया।
Thank you.
सो साहिबो, आँखों ही आँखों में इशारा हो गया, आँखों ही आँखों में इशारा हो गया, बैठे बैठे जीने का सहारा हो गया। आँखें बड़ी कमाल की चीज़ हैं। दिल जब तक मिले तब मिले, लेकिन सारी गुफ्तगू सारी बातें आँखों से हो जाती हैं। ये आँखें उदासी का नक्शा भी पेश करती हैं, ये आँखें खुशी भी दिखाती हैं, और ये आँखें, इनकी ज़ुबान सिर्फ दूसरा ही समझ सकता है जिससे आँख मिलाई गई हो। तब पता चलता है कि भाई आँखों ही आँखों में इशारा हो गया, बैठे बैठे जीने का सहारा हो गया। तो सारा कमाल जो है वो आँखों का होता है, दिल बेचारा मुफ्त में बदनाम होता है। शुरुआत में बात हुई थी, हमारे बच्चों ने गज़ल के ताल्लुक़ से बात करते करते ये कहा था कि गज़ल जो है वो कव्वाली के फॉर्म में भी पेश की जाती है और बड़ी ज़बरदस्त होती है। आइए चलिए सुनते हैं कव्वाली, गज़ल के फॉर्म में ये कव्वाली, निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है, निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है। ज़ोरदार तालियां। दिलो जान लुटाने को जी चाहता है। बहुत शुक्रिया।
तो आप कव्वाली के लिए रेडी है? आपकी तालियों की जरूरत है।
गज़ल के शायर हैं साहिर लुधियानवी साहब।
क्या बात है, जोश। ये बात। हेलो, चेक। मॉनिटर का साउंड बढ़ाइए दादा, मॉनिटर।
राज की बात है, महफिल में कहे या न कहे, बस गया है कोई इस दिल में कहे या न कहे, कहे या न कहे, निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है, निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है, हो निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है, दिलो जा लुटाने को जी चाहता है, दिलो जा लुटाने को जी चाहता है, जी चाहता है। वो तो मोहब्बत जिसे इश्क कहती है दुनिया, वो तो मोहब्बत जिसे इश्क कहती है दुनिया, कहती है दुनिया, वो तो मोहब्बत जिसे इश्क कहती है दुनिया, वो तो मोहब्बत उठाने को जी चाहता है, वो तो मोहब्बत उठा वो जलवा चुराने को जी चाहता है, वो जलवा चुराने चुराने मुझे चाहता है, जी चाहता है।
जोश नहीं दिख रहा है, तालियों का। Come on everyone. Woo!
जिस घड़ी मेरी निगाहों को तेरी दीद हुई, वो घड़ी मेरे लिए इश्क की तमहीद हुई। जब कभी मैंने तेरा चांद सा चेहरा देखा, जब कभी मैंने तेरा चांद सा चेहरा देखा, ईद हो या कि ना हो मेरे लिए ईद हुई। वो जलवा जो झल भी है सामने भी, वो जलवा चुराने को जी चाहता है, वो जलवा चुराने को जी चाहता है। नीरे गा रे गा रे गा मा गा मा नी रे गा रे गा रे गा 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 मा धा नी सा सा नी नी धा धा पा पा गा रे रे सा नी धा पा पा गा रे नी धा पा पा गा रे सा नी नी रे गा। मुलाकात का कोई पैगाम दीजिए कि छुप छुप के आने को जी चाहता है, और आके न जाने को जी चाहता है, और आके न जाने को जी चाहता है, जी चाहता है। निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है, निगाहें मिलाने को जी चाहता है। थैंक यू।
किसी के मनाने में लज्जत वो पाई, किसी के मनाने में लज्जत वो पाई कि फिर रूठ जाने को जी चाहता है, दिलो जान लुटाने को जी चाहता है, और हमारा यहाँ से न जाने को जी चाहता है। लेकिन वक्त बड़ा जालिम है, बहुत जालिम चीज़ है, धीरे धीरे यूं सरकता है कि पता भी नहीं चलता। और देखिए माशाल्लाह 10 गज़लें तकरीबन 9 गज़लें जो हैं वो शबाना शेख साहिबा पेश कर चुकी हैं। और मैं यहाँ से देख रही हूँ कि हमारे जो दोस्त हैं, जो हमारे अहबाब हैं, उनमें से एक भी यहाँ से हिला तक नहीं। यही गज़ल का जादू है जो सर चढ़कर बोलता है। तो ये आज के इस प्रोग्राम की आखिरी पेशकश थी। अपनी मेज़बान शबाना खान को इजाज़त दीजिए, फिर मिलेंगे गर खुदा लाया। मैं फ़रीद ख़ान साहब से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि वो हमारे आज के इस प्रोग्राम को कंक्लूड करें। फ़रीद अहमद ख़ान साहब, बहुत शुक्रिया। मेरे लिए तो एक ताली बनती है। बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया।
इस खूबसूरत और यादगार शाम को जो है हम लोग शुक्रगुजार हैं टिस की पूरी मैनेजमेंट का और यहाँ की एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का कि जिन्होंने जो है उर्दू कारवां को इस बात की इजाज़त दी कि हम जो है आप लोगों के साथ शामिल होकर आज की इस खूबसूरत शाम को मज़ीद खूबसूरत बना सकें। और मैं दोनों शबाना खान साहिबा और शबाना शेख साहिबा का शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि दोनों ने मिलकर जो है खूबसूरत पेशकश और जुगलबंदी आपके सामने पेश की। वरना आमतौर पर ये होता है, मैं भी कुछ प्रोग्रामों में जाता रहता हूँ तो मैं देखता हूँ कि लोग आते हैं सिंगर्स और गाए चले जाते हैं, उसमें कोई कनेक्टिविटी नहीं होती है, लोगों को पता ही नहीं चलता कि जो कलाम पेश किया गया है किसका है, उसकी क्या अहमियत है, उसका बैकग्राउंड क्या है। इसीलिए हम लोगों ने कोशिश की अदना सी कि आप लोगों को ना सिर्फ जो है वो इंटरटेनमेंट मिले बल्कि मालूमात भी मिले, तफरीह के साथ साथ जो है मालूमात भी मिले, और उसकी ये हल्की सी कोशिश थी। और माजी में भी हम लोग ने, मेरे ख्याल समझता हूँ ये हम लोग टिस में आज 5वां साल है कि हम लोग जो है बीच में 2 साल लॉकडाउन था, लेकिन हम लोगों को टिस के साथ प्रोग्राम करते करते 5 साल हो चुके हैं। टिस तुलजापुर में भी हम लोगों ने, डॉक्टर अब्दुल शाबान जब वहाँ पर थे तो उर्दू कारवां ने वहाँ पर भी मुशायरे का प्रोग्राम किया था, और वहाँ से होते होते टिस चेंबूर तक के, तो उर्दू कारवां और उर्दू कारवां की टीम हमेशा जब भी टिस की मैनेजमेंट या टिस का कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट हमको आवाज़ देगा तो हम अपनी खिदमात पेश करने के लिए आपके लिए हाजिर हैं। एक बार फिर आप तमाम लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और मैं ख़ास तौर पर जो आज के प्रोग्राम की रूह रमा है मोहतरमा स्वाति बनर्जी, प्रोफेसर स्वाति बनर्जी साहिबा को, किसी बंगाली को मैंने जो है उर्दू गज़ल के इश्क में इतना गिरफ्तार नहीं देखा जितना स्वाति बनर्जी मैम को देखा है मैंने। सही बता रहा हूँ मैं, बंगाली ज़बान भी बहुत मीठी ज़बान होती है, लेकिन ये है कि उर्दू गज़ल के जादू से वो भी अपना दामन नहीं बचा सके। और अब यकीन मानिए उनकी ये फरमाइश गुज़िश्ता 6 महीनों से थी कि जब ये हमारा ऑनलाइन ये जो ख़त्म होगा और ऑफलाइन जब कैंपस शुरू होगा तो हम लोग फ़ौरन जो है जब भी हमारा प्रोग्राम होगा ज़रूर गज़ल का प्रोग्राम करेंगे। और उन्होंने जो है आज जो है हम लोगों को इस बात का मौका दिया। और डॉक्टर अब्दुल शाबान भी जो है गज़ल के जो है जुल्फ़ों के असीर हैं, इसीलिए जो है वो भी जब भी मौका मिलता है हम लोगों को मौका देते हैं। तो मैं टिस के इंतज़ामिया का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, और अगर आप लोगों की तरफ से किसी स्टूडेंट को या स्वती मैम को कुछ कहना है तो आकर अपनी बात पेश करें। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much. It was such a soulful music. It made our evening. I actually don't have any words, but just want to thank you. And I think the clapping from the audience has said everything. So thank you once again. I hand it over to the students.
Thank you, ma'am. Professors, you can take your seat in the audience. Thank you so much for the wonderful performance. Now, for the final performance of today's wonderful evening, we have our friend Nancy from TISS once again to perform for us. Give a huge round of applause for her, guys. Hello. Thank you, Nancy, for the wonderful performance. On behalf of all students and staff, I'm glad to be standing here to express my vote of thanks. A very special thanks to our chief guests, Mr. Fareed Ahmed Khan, Professor Shabana Khan, Shabana Sheikh, and Professor Abul Shabnan for being here with us today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our director, Professor Shalini Bharat, Deputy Director, Professor Bino Paul, Dean of OAA, Sasmita Balu, Deputy Dean, Professor Swati Banerjee, and Dean of Academic Affairs, Professor P.K. Shahjahan. I would also like to thank each and every one of you for being here and making this event a wonderful and memorable one for all our dear teachers. Thank you once again. Good night, Shabba Khair.
Also, one last thing before we all go. This event was from the Office of Alum Affairs, and thank you for giving us an opportunity. This was a wonderful evening, and a very heartfelt thanks to the people working behind the scenes from the Office of Alum Affairs and the TISS staff. So I would love you guys to have a big round of applause for all the people behind the scenes working to make this a grand success. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.